Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to welcome you on the last day of the European Rover Challenge 2022. This biggest robotics and space event dedicated to the world of business and science, but also the general public, is held in Kielce, Poland, and broadcasted live. Let's welcome the participants of the Rover competition, space experts present with us, and also the audience joining us here, and those who watch the broadcast live. Co-organizers of this year's ERC edition are the European Space Foundation, Kielce University of Technology, and Świętokrzyskie Voivodeship. The role of the host city of the event belongs to the city of Kielce. The event is held under the honorary patronage of the European Space Agency, International Astronautical Federation, and Polish Space Industry Association. Partners of the event are Polish Space Agency, European Union Agency for the Space Program, International Space University, MathWorks, Polish Space Professionals Association, Mars Society Polska, Poznań University of Technology, Kiel Ideas, Koźmiński University, and Freedom Robotics. Supporting partners are US Consulate General in Krakow, United Nations Vienna, Pokojowy Patrol, and Pyramid Games. Award sponsors are Sener, Mastercam, and Occupy Mars the Game. The event is supported by media patrons, RMF, Polish Press Agency, My Company Polska, Space24, Kosmonauta.net, Spacewatch.global, Astrofaza, Polish Science Fiction Foundation, Naukowo TV, Crazy Nauka. The project is partially financed by the Social Responsibility of Science program of the Ministry of Education and Science. The ERC 2022 competition almost comes to an end. How are the teams doing? Let's learn about the insights of this year's race and welcome the representatives of the jury here on stage. Dr. Anna Łosiak, responsible for Science Task, Marcin Wygachiewicz, the head of ERC on-site jury, and Jakub Muszyński, responsible for Maintenance Remote Task. So, good morning. Is it done?
Good morning. Almost done, and we are also almost done because we had really tough 2 days. The first day we had a beautiful weather, but also a very bad weather forecast, so we had to work late until very late, until almost 1 a.m. To get the opportunity to as many teams as possible. And unfortunately, yesterday we have seen that the forecasts were not wrong. So it was a tough day. And today we need to summarize the scoring and we need to check who wins the competition.
Okay, but all the tasks are already completed, right? In both versions, and remote and on-site, or there's still something going on?
There are few rides on the Mars yard currently ongoing. I think 2 probing tasks and 1 navigation, or 2 navigation tasks and 1 probing task. But they should finish soon, in about 1 hour.
But that was planned to happen like today because of the schedule, right? So, or these are some extra.
Not in the first schedule, but due to the weather, we had to change the schedule, and the last rides are today.
So how did the teams manage to deal with the rain? Were they afraid of the rain? Because one things are like puddles and lakes on the Mars yard. Another thing is just like rain that goes to electronics, mechanics. Is it a problem?
Yesterday, you could see a very interesting thing on the Mars yard, which is a gigantic moving tent that was just following some of the teams that were trying to compete. It's really hard for them to be able to do all those tasks, maybe less so for the science task, because then they can actually see what's going on their cameras. But they were trying to do their best, and they provided us with a lot of funny pictures by doing that. So, it was very nice.
Did anything get broken in terms of rover because of the rain, or?
I think we haven't seen anything like that, at least not during performance of the task. But before attempting the task, yes, we have seen few
Okay.
few cases that the rover couldn't move. So yeah, unfortunately, but we have a limited slots.
So, yeah, please.
When it comes to rain, I'm responsible for the remote competition, so it doesn't affect me personally, like my competition. But what I've seen from walking around and seeing the different rovers, the approaches on how to protect from the rain, they're very interesting to see sometimes. For example, rovers with umbrellas attached to them, or wrapped in a foil that you use to transport your food. Generally, food-related materials used in the rover industry. It was very interesting to see.
But it's amazing to see this ways like perseverance of our teams and ability to work to figure out some things to make everything work in a coherent way and protect themselves from the rain and compete even though the conditions are not great. Very impressive.
So I guess also these unexpected conditions and situations are also testing not only the rovers, but also the team and the team spirit, right? Because it's not the nicest situation you could imagine when you prepare the whole year, and then for the 2 days and part of the time it's kind of weather affected. So could you also see, and could you actually, is the competition also about this team spirit, or you just look at what is done?
Well, it is a competition, so we do great the performance. That's clear. Maybe with a little bit of exception of the special prizes, where also kind of taking a risk is also taken into account. However, I think that our competition, European Rover Challenge, is not so much about actually building the hardware or software that allows to rule the rovers. It's more about building the people skills and the ability to teach our team members about working on a large project without killing themselves if something goes wrong, especially, and stuff starts to be very, very stressful. How to resolve all the upcoming problems, and how to come up with innovative ideas to solve problems as they arrive in reality in front of them. So I think it's actually more about this, teaching them those soft skills than the hard skills that they can learn.
Yes, Anya, what you're saying is also true in the remote version, where we especially pay attention to what the teams are showing us on their webcams when they are looking at the screen, and we see them reacting to different things happening in real time for us and for them with a slight delay. But the team who won, I'm not going to say which exactly team was it, but they had over 15 people sitting around one screen, which we saw on a webcam, and each one of them was responsible for a small section or part of an objective, and were communicating. We've also held their voices while doing so. They were communicating so rapidly, and we were really impressed by how smoothly they managed to do it, the objective with so many people involved in the competition.
Because normally the number of team members, what is it, like 5, 6, 10?
In this case, I think it was over 15 people, but we didn't see all of them on the screen. It was too much people for the webcam to see.
Yeah, but normally it's much less, right? So is it 5 or?
It depends on a team. Normally in the on-site formula, it's usually a dozen or even more.
Okay.
There are, of course, some teams which are very small. They have like 4 members, 5 members, but there are also very big teams.
And very often, not everybody are coming to Poland for the competition. So often they are sending only like selected group of people. It's for some teams it's very expensive to, for example, come here from Asia. So they need to, like, they have their field team and they have their support team back home.
So we also saw some very nice videos presented by the teams. Is it also part of the competition that they have to prepare something to promote themselves, or is it an extra activity that they do?
In the on-site formula, the first part that team prepare is the documentation. So basically they start with the proposal document, then with the preliminary report, and the qualified teams provide us the final report and the video material. So we are assessing all of those, and then it's time for the finals. So we are assessing the performance of the rovers and performance of their teams. Because also during these competitions, the crisis management, I guess, both for the teams and for judges, is the important lessons learned.
So I also saw something quite interesting on the Mars yard, walking there yesterday. Some special kind of figures, like some, I don't know, items. And as far as I understand, it was also part of the competition. And
Yes, absolutely. So we are trying to, it's actually has some entertainment value for both teams and the judges when they are, just sitting during the night, just reading through the reports from science. So that's the entertainment thing. But also it has those items that are randomly located and are kind of moving around all the time around the Mars yard, such as this year we have a dragon, a plastic dragon. We have some balls amazingly made by one of our judges, Konrad, like a balls from the Dragon Ball TV series or comic book. We have last year we had Rover, which is like a bison type of animal, plush one, of course. And the teams are required to find at least 5 of those items on the Mars yard, then collect some images to prove that they really found them, as well as locate themselves very precisely on the Mars yard, and then make up some kind of hypothesis to explain the existence of dragons on Mars, which is the entertaining part for us. However, so this is fun, but it also has meaning, a purpose, which is to teach them to really pay attention to their surroundings, because some of the best and most interesting findings that we acquired from Mars and other planetary bodies were done just by chance, just by paying a very close attention to what's going on in your surroundings, and trying to find points that do not are out of the ordinary, do not fit within the general landscape. Obviously, in case of Mars or the Moon, the items are not as obvious as a dragon or a Dragon Ball, but they may be as interesting as the famous orange soil that was found on the Moon and provided a lot of information about the volcanic activity and general geological activity on the Moon, or to find some of the most interesting, potentially life hosting silica deposits that again were found on Mars. So this is fun, this is entertaining, but also absolutely crucial part of any space mission.
so are the remote tasks also all completed?
Yes, all the remote tasks are completed, and this today is dedicated for reserve slots in case something went wrong in the days before. So yes, the tasks are from the remote competition are complete already.
Okay, so we can almost rest, but
Not science team. For science team, that's the most complicated part right now, because after teams manage to do their work, provide their reports, now unfortunately fortunately we need to read them and grade them. So very hot time in front of us, because Martin is looking at me already like, quicker, I need the grades.
Yeah. I already told Anya that I will be trying to catch her about 2 p.m. because I also need the scores from science task to have a complete scores for all of the teams.
so you still don't know who is the winner, right? It will be known around 4 p.m. if I'm correct.
Should be around 3, at least for us.
Okay.
Or at least when Anya delivers the the results of the science task,
Yes,
because they may change something.
Yeah, we are always last, and yes, very often it's not the same teams that perform very well from the technical point of view do like put equal amount of effort into their science task, and this is not a good strategy, I would say. You can win or lose a lot of points from doing science well or badly.
And just a last question. So when we talked during the first day of the competition, you were really exciting about having these lava tubes on the Mars yard. Were they somehow used in a competition, or it was just like an extra thing?
So, well, first of all, they were used as traps into which some of the rovers fell into.
Ah, really?
So, whoops. They were also selected as a target of exploration by, I think, at least 3 or 4 teams. So it's a very interesting topic from the point of view of astrobiology, because we can suspect that one of the best places to look for potential Martian life, if it ever emerged, and if it's still holding on, this would be lava tubes. If something was ever like formed life, like if ever life was formed on Mars and it's still alive, it will be in the lava tubes. This is why it's a topic of many studies. There were also teams that were suggesting, well, checking if the lava tubes that we have on our Mars yard are good for setting up a base there. So there were also this kind of approaches, which I'm not big fan of, but it's it's something that is being discussed, and they did quite a good job with this topic and testing this approach. So hooray for them.
I see we have even a better trap on Mars yard right now, because we have water on Mars.
Yeah, plenty of water. Our delta, because we have amazing, well, I shouldn't be praising our own creation, but really well-looking river that is flowing into the crater and outside of the crater. So right now we have plenty of water, just creating a more impressive-looking delta than it was right now. So I'm sure that in about 2 or 3 days, if we would take another picture of Mars yard, if it would look even more kind of realistic. So, yay.
Well, yeah, it's good always to see success in these unexpected things that happen, right? So, but as I can hear and as I know, everything went well, even overcoming this challenges that you say. And I also know that you still have some work, so I won't steal more of your time. And wishing you a fruitful discussion and looking forward for hearing the results this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The third day of European Rover Challenge is dedicated to the exploration of our own planet, the Earth. The use of space technologies to protect our planet, and also the use of satellite data for research in various scientific sectors. Let's welcome Mrs. Justyna Radełkiewicz from the European Union Agency for Space Programme, who will tell us about how to make business on space technologies. Mr. Radełkiewicz, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much for this introduction. Can we start? Okay. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to say a warm thank you to the organizers for inviting USPA here. It's been a really great pleasure for us because ERC is a special event with lots of joy, lots of commitment, team spirit. So for those of you who are watching us online, try to come watch us, try to come here next time in person. So as anticipated, my name is Justyna. I'm working at the European Union Agency for Space Programs. And for more than 10 years, I have been working on commercialization of space technologies here on Earth. So this is what I would like to explain you today a little bit more in detail. Because the ERC over the last 2 days helped us to dream, helped us to feel like little kids that we can explore new planets and the universe. But let's not forget that space is also a very viable business opportunity. And this is what is the subject of my presentation. Excuse me, can I see the slides? Sorry for this small technical disruption. I hope you will be able to see the charts very soon. Please stay with us. Okay, thank you very much. So again, let's try again. So I will be talking about how to make business on space technologies. So I hope that we have today with us some entrepreneurs that are connected online. And as in any business, the most important thing to start your business is to have the willingness and the commitment. And if you are connected here with us on Sunday morning, I think this is already fulfilled. So I would like to mention that when we speak about how to make business on space technologies, and especially space, the first thing that comes to your mind is probably the rockets, the launchers, the satellites. And this is what I would like to represent here on the picture as the surface, as this what is on top of the surface. And the fact that this is the most exciting part doesn't mean that this is the part representing the biggest business opportunity. So from our analysis, the downstream space, so the use of space technologies on Earth, is the part that is representing the biggest business opportunities. So when you want to make business around space, don't stay on the surface, but also look at how these space technologies can be used here on Earth. So I agree with you that launching a satellite is maybe more exciting than developing a navigation system for a car, but from the business perspective, this is really the area that offers most of the opportunities. And I would like to give you some examples. So when we speak about using space technologies on Earth, we have the 2-3 main streams today. So the first one is navigation. And in navigation, we have already many satellites launched. We have 4 global constellations, one of them being our European Galileo. And on navigation, positioning, and timing, you have already fully operational systems that you can use. And as you see here on the chart, it represents a viable business opportunity. Today, we have around 150 billion euro that can be earned in revenues in this market. And as you see here, the market is going to more than double in the next decade. So when you are thinking to develop a business using positioning and navigation, let's think that you would like to do some drone solution. So where the business opportunity lies, you can develop hardware to navigate a drone, but as you can see here on the chart in the orange color, the device revenues are not the highest ones in the market. Of course, there are already some good companies that are developing these chipsets and receivers, but in terms of growth, this is not the place to be. Then you have the augmentation service revenues. So these are special corrections, augmentation services. And again, this is not the biggest part. So where the value will be created mostly will be in the value-added services. So when you want to develop some solution using navigation for drones, is the total solution that you would create. For example, a drone solution for transporting medical goods. This is just one example, but think about the total solution and where your place in the market could be. The second important business area is Earth observation. Today, there are many new companies emerging in this area. There is more and more data. And of course, I need to mention about the European Copernicus program that is delivering today petabytes of data every single day. Copernicus is the second data generator on the planet after Google. And there is a lot of potential that still is not fully tapped. So when we look at the use of Copernicus data, here on the chart you have many different application areas. So the geospatial data can be used really everywhere. Starting from agriculture, you can check the humidity of the soil, at climate services where you can monitor Earth using Copernicus data. But surprisingly, from our analysis, you can see that the biggest user of Earth observation data in the future will be fintech. So if you are operating in this area, why don't you start thinking about how to use geospatial data in insurance and finance? For example, for claim management. If you have an insurance solution and you have to evaluate the effect of flooding, fire, you have big areas that you have to inspect within a short duration because you have some deadline to pay the insurance claims. Then is where the geospatial data tell you exactly how the event footprint, where it is, and you are able to save resources on inspections and increase the profits in your business. So these are just examples, but in our analysis we identified 17 market segments. So if you are today operating in maritime, in emergency services, in fisheries, in rail, in agriculture, in aviation, think about how you can enhance your business with space data and how this can be profitable for you. And if you don't have many ideas, please come to us and we will inspire you even more. So this is one way on how to do business in space. You look at these different applications, you think, okay, maybe here I could use space data, I could monetize them. The other way is to look at the trends. The technology trends that we have now in the market, metaverse, blockchain, NFTs, quantum. You would be surprised, but in all of them, space data can play a role, and not a small role. It can be a core of the solution. Having said that, I would like to warmly invite you to a dedicated session on space and metaverse on 6th of October at the EU Space Week. It's just an example. We are also working on quantum. We are working with blockchain providers and on many other technology trends. And please believe me that this is also a very viable business opportunity. So now I would like to spend a few moments to show you what's next. So let's say you have an idea, you would like to develop this drone solution. So what every entrepreneur has to do first is to analyze the market, to understand what is my competitive advantage, because maybe such a solution already exists, maybe there is already competition, there is already some developments, there are some innovation areas, so I need to understand the ecosystem. First the external one, then my own strength, and develop my business plan. So for this, I would like to strongly recommend you this report that is freely available on our website, where we make the life really easy for you, and I will show you why. So let's say you want to develop this drone solution. So you go to the chapter of this report that is called Aviation and Drones, be in line with the market trends. And last but not least, a lot of additional data, so please take a look at the report and see how you can use it in your business plan. Then once you have your business plan already ready, you know what is your competitive advantage, you know what are your competition, but you still have some difficulty in using space data, because maybe you are a Java developer and you don't know how to process the Copernicus images, or maybe you are a Linux developer and you don't know how to use positioning and raw measurements that you can access even on your smartphone. So for that, we launched the USPA Space Academy. You can sign up at any time and select your mentors, select your topics, and we will help you on technical and business aspects to grow your business in space. Then, very important part, the money. So once you have your idea, you know what to do, you have the skills, you have the resources, you need some funds. And also on that, USPA has some opportunities. So the first two, the Horizon Europe and the Fundamental Elements, these are for research projects. So if you want to go beyond state of the art, you want to develop a solution that doesn't exist in the market, please consult these two programs and see how you can get funding. If you have a solution that is dynamic, can be quickly delivered in the market, and you just need some support in terms of more business technical support, some small funding as well, look at the Cassini Space Entrepreneurship Initiative. There we have plenty of activities starting from hackathons, acceleration, competitions, incubation programs, where you can develop the solution and use our business and technical know-how. Of course, you can also look at private investments. So also there, I would like to say that USPA can help you to find your private investor. We created a network of venture capital firms. We are joining forces with European Commission, ESA, AIF, and we are trying to do some pre-selection and some partial due diligence for venture capital firms and recommend startups that, in our opinion, have a viable business solution in mind. So you will have, after me, a full panel focusing on finance. So I will not go into details of that, but you know where to find us if you need any advice here. And last but not least, over the last 10 years, USPA generated quite a large network of companies that are cooperating with us in various programs, in Horizon, in fundamental elements. We are also directly supporting them in implementing space data. So we've been working with chipset makers, with big corporations, helping them how they can do their business transformation using space data. And being an entrepreneur, you can also profit from this network. So under Cassini initiative, we have a special program that is called Cassini Matchmaking, where you can be connected to not only investors, but also to corporations. But also please don't hesitate to directly contact us and cooperate with us. We will be present at many events this autumn, starting from Tech Barbecue, that will be next week, then AIC in Paris. Then I would like to warmly welcome you to invite you to EU Space Week in Prague, where USPA is based. We will be also having stands at Web Summit, Slash, and the New Space Economy in Rome. So plenty of opportunities to talk to our experts and validate your business idea with us. So thank you very much. That was a short introduction. I would like to leave some time also for questions. So if you would like to ask something in particular, I can go in detail on any of these points discussed.
So do we have any questions from the room here?
Any dates, any competitions, any financing information that would be relevant to startups?
Okay, thank you for this question. So yes, indeed, we are launching now many new activities. So first of all, in October, we will be launching a new call of Horizon Europe that will be very broad. So there are many topics where you can propose any solution using Copernicus data or GNSS. This call has more than 40 million in financial envelope. And we will be organizing now a roadshow of information days around Europe to explain in detail what is eligible and who could apply. Please remember that for applying to Horizon Europe, you have to create a consortium of minimum 3 companies from 3 countries. And the application process takes a bit longer. That's why once we announce it in October, there will be an opportunity to apply open until February. So there will be sufficient time to go through the administrative process. In addition, we have several calls open in Fundamental Elements. So Fundamental Elements is our special program that is focusing on chipset and receivers. And there you have to consult our website for very specific opportunities that are now open. For example, for development of chipsets and receivers in drones, in maritime, or in consumer solutions. We are closing on 15th of September one call on authentication service of Galileo for consumer solutions, for example, but there are many more. And last but not least, on Cassini, we have constantly open opportunities. You can consult the website cassini.eu. And there, in November, we are organizing a hackathon on fintech, because as you have seen, we identified finance and insurance as the most growing market in Earth observation. So we would like to ride this wave, and in November we will have a dedicated hackathon happening in 10 countries in Europe at the same time, focusing on insurance and finance. We are also opening later in September My EU Space competition, where all entrepreneurs will be able to apply and develop solutions with us. It's an acceleration program that takes a few months, and it's also quite broad, so you will be able to propose any solution using Earth observation and positioning. And I'm very happy that this year we are opening also a special topic that is called Space and Deep Tech. So all these new trends, space and metaverse, space and blockchain, will fit in that technology challenge. Thank you.
Anyone else? A question? If no, I guess Justina will stay here for a bit longer. You can approach her for those of you who are here, or connect via internet, via email for those who watch our broadcast live.
Yes, thank you very much for attention, and indeed you can find us on LinkedIn and you can consult the website. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Here, you're close to modern resorts where you can take care of your health. All around, you can find professional care and restore your vital powers. You're one step away from active recreation, surrounded by beautiful nature. All that in one region. Come and see. Świętokrzyskie, close by.
The IEC is coming back to where it was for the first time created in 1951.
While France is a driving force in the space sector, the International Astronautical Congress is actually organized in the city of Paris.
So it is an opportunity to people all around the world to come in France and visit also and interact with this ecosystem. For these reasons, it's important for all of us to go to Paris.
when the founding members of the International Astronautical Federation gathered for the first time, they could not have imagined the astonishing success awaiting its annual Congress, the International Astronautical Congress. It all began in 1950 with only 20 delegates from 8 countries. Over the past 70 years, the IAF has organized the IAC in 32 countries and 56 different cities, ensuring a constant dialogue between all space nations. Over the past 70 years, countless scientists have presented their latest work and updated each other on global space developments. Over the past 70 years, the IAF has recognized over 450 individuals who've distinguished themselves in space activities and cooperation. Over the past 70 years, space agencies have highlighted their activities and programs, industries have built new partnerships, and policymakers have discovered how space services can benefit humankind. Over the past 70 years, the IAC has brought together innovators and free thinkers from a wide variety of backgrounds, facilitating the exchange of knowledge to develop groundbreaking solutions. Over the past 70 years, the IAF has learned that diversity represents our future and has strived to include and connect all space people. Today, the IAF counts over 366 members from 68 countries, and its annual Congress, the IAC, attracts more than 6,500 delegates from over 80 countries. Happy anniversary, dear space friends. Cheers to the next 70 years.
Gaston? Gaston? Gaston!
For over 15 years, the European GNSS Agency, or GSA, has been a trusted partner for the user community as well as industry in the European Union and beyond. The GSA's delivered accurate and innovative satellite navigation services to billions of users and applications around the world. In 2021, the GSA became the European Union Agency for the Space Programme, or EUSPA. EUSPA delivers a broad portfolio of reliable, secure, and cutting-edge space services. EUSPA works closely with stakeholders in the European Union as well as internationally. EUSPA creates synergies between all of the European Union space services: Galileo, EGNOS, Copernicus, and GovSatcom. The agency anticipates user needs and designs new space-based solutions to tackle current and emerging challenges. EUSPA's team brings together a diverse set of disciplines, skills, and expertise, is user-driven and committed to excellence. We make European Union space services a unique resource for business, research, and citizens alike. EUSPA supports industry, SMEs, startups, entrepreneurs, and researchers with resources and innovation, whilst building the next generation of European Union space-enabled services that create opportunities for the space community and benefit citizens. By linking space to user needs, EUSPA is shaping the future for a safer, more secure, competitive, and sustainable European Union. We are the European Union Agency for the Space Programme. We anchor space in the European Union and the European Union in space.
Europe is at the heart of new space ambitions, ready to embrace ever greater technological and human challenges. The first objective is to maintain autonomous launch capabilities for our missions. Based on 50 years of experience in launchers, we can ensure space transportation for future missions. In orbit around our home planet Earth, the International Space Station continues to play an essential role as a research platform. Soon it will be possible to journey in the Orion service module to the Lunar Gateway, a station that will orbit the moon and be the first deep space outpost supporting human exploration of the moon. By the end of the decade, a European moon lander should deliver the cargo needed to survive the lunar night in a base camp, securing a European astronaut's presence on the moon. But to secure our independence, shouldn't we find a way to get there ourselves? What if Europe were to develop its own crewed transport system? The Space Rider demonstrator is a step in that direction. Striking out beyond the moon, we'll send the Sample Fetch rover to Mars to collect samples and bring them back to Earth, so scientists can unravel the mysteries of the Red Planet. Many other missions will be key to prepare for human exploration of our sister planet. Let's take part in those first steps. And why stop there? There's a natural satellite around Saturn named Enceladus, which may also harbor life. Isn't life the very essence of our planet? Together, let's explore space, traveling farther so as to come back with new knowledge to improve life on Earth.
Here you're close to the most interesting tourist attractions. The land where Polish rulers and their families lived, and which 6,000 years ago was mined for precious flint. Today the mines are a UNESCO site. Wild nature is within your grasp, and active recreation routes stretch to the horizon. Nearby is a gem of Renaissance architecture. All that in one region. Come and see. Świętokrzyskie, close by.
The previous talk was a great introduction to the debate that we're going to join right now, the debate entitled Financing on the Space Industry. The debate will be moderated by Professor Katarzyna Malinowska from Koźmiński University and Michał Szwajewski from Space Entrepreneurship Institute. And our guests of the debate are Andrea Nowak from Herius Capital, Miguel Pastor Vilander as a former consultant, and online guests Pedro Duque, first Spanish astronaut, Indigo Estebanes de la Mata from Starbus Aerospace, and Troy McKean from Moonshot. Thank you. We have it all.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Katarzyna Malinowska. I'm happy to be here with you, together with my colleagues, with our experts online, and with the guests here, and also some guests online, as I know. We meet here today to try to combine various perspectives concerning financing. The financing space sector is such a broad topic that we could spend whole day probably discussing. So our idea is to try to narrow it a bit, to focus on new space, and focus a bit or try to focus a bit on Central Europe. Maybe we find something interesting and specific. And we would like to combine the perspective of an expert. That's why I have here Miguel and Pedro of investors. That's why I have here Andrea, Inigo and Troy and people helping. And finally, we have as well our my co-moderator, Michał Szwajewski. Michał, you're an entrepreneur, space entrepreneur. So let's try to, that all these parties meet today. And we come maybe to some conclusions that would help our space sector, our Central Europe space sector. And I will start from Miguel and Pedro, because first we should define what is the subject of our discussion, what is the subject of the debate. The space sector, the new space sector, type of sector which is looking for financing for investors. But first start, what is in fact new space? This question is asked on purpose because we had some discussions before. What is really new space? And that's why I will start from Miguel. And also we would like to elaborate on what are the perspectives of new space. Is it scalable? Is it profitable? When it's going to be profitable? And then we will see the investor's perspective about investing in this sector. So Miguel, please take microphone and maybe you will start from your point of view. I really can't because on you because I remember our discussions before, and so that's why.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity of being there. Then that is a good question, what is new space? On one side, we see, and we have seen in the previous intervention, that there are a lot of promising user applications, downstream applications, that are users of space signals, and that is a promising, flourishing market. On the other side, we see that the technology of satellites and launchers is evolving in a way that it may remain the PC revolution. That means that you have a cheaper spacecraft, not as performing as the big mainframe spacecraft, but that can be used for many applications. On the other side, you have the publicity of old but very interesting visions about exploitation of space resources, about exploration, human exploration, about tourism in space. And then you have billionaires making a lot of yeah, okay, thank you. Making a lot of publicity on all these things and investing. All of this may lead to think that the technical and commercial, when in reality that it's a normal economy that can be financed in a normal way and with a very controlled risk for private investment. Then, and in addition, I have my doubts if these applications will increase a lot the demand of a spacecraft, the demand of upstream equipment. And if we go to the upstream launchers, satellites, then we see that these elements are strategic for countries, and they are subjected to enormous market failures. Then you have that the countries want to keep competencies at home, independent if they are competitive or not. You see that there are export-import regulations binational. Then the responsibility and liability of a spacecraft are on the launching countries. You have frequency regulations for communications. Then if we put all this together, while I see a perfect commercial development of downstream applications, making opportunistic use of available space signals, many times available because there is Copernicus, where there is public institutions that provide them. I guess that what is upstream, what is space infrastructure, will remain limited to the current budgets, and probably using the same regional fractionation of the budgets that we have today. That was a summary of how I see things.
Doesn't sound very optimistic. Pedro, can you raise up this question as well? We would like to hear probably that New Space has a great future. It will be profitable in a very short period of time, and well, let's come investors and and support it. Pedro.
Well, thank you very much, Katarzyna, for allowing me to participate, and of course, goes without saying I would prefer to be there, but it was impossible to organize travel-wise. I have I think, a different view. First of all, new space is a terminology that is an investor terminology. Technicians, we don't see a difference that is so remarkable between what is called new space and the things that we were doing earlier. New space is a child or inherits, as it should be, the technology that has been developed with public funds. And it was always the case that we wanted to foster. So first of all, telecommunication satellites, then it became a market that has its own value. We never called Astra or Eutelsat new space, but we could have invented the term then. And this is, in essence, the reason why we are investing public funds into space ventures that are expensive in order to foster the development of new technologies that eventually go to the market. Now it has been called new space. I think that, well, there was a revolution in the United States sometime 2005, 2006, in which they decided to go a step forward into promoting the quickness of the adoption of new technology developed with public funds into the market. That was mostly the service contracts that they provided, and that has given a lot of impulse to the idea of having companies using the technology in order to serve markets, create necessities, create products that were never thought could be produced, and that's why we see now the explosion, obviously linked to miniaturization and developments that have aided the creation of commercial. So I think that new space is a logical and natural consequence of the investments that were done in the past. We should have been done better in the European agencies in order to have the foresight of always investing the public funds with a more keen view on when will it be a market and how do we foster that European companies become at the forefront of the market because of the public funds they are receiving, and not just, let's say, looking into inwards of the agency, what is it that we think we need. But we are doing much better now. And I'm really happy to see that there's not only the new space, as it was called in a certain moment, of companies who used, as Mikael said, opportunistically data that was already provided and was hanging around in order to do some informatics with them and therefore create value added. But we are seeing an explosion of companies who say, we have learned, we have worked into the public funded programs, and we have an idea for technology that will be sellable to the market by producing new hardware. And this is, I am much more optimistic in that we are going to see a flurry of new technology produced by new companies that will make uses of space physically, put things in space, send signals from space that we haven't seen before, and I'm happy to see that in Europe, and I'm really optimistic.
Okay, Miguel, I will not let you argue, two of us, because I would like to switch more to investors' perspective, because there are investors on the market, there are private investors on the market. We are not going to discuss the public funding, and I'm looking at Andrea, because I would like to ask what's the perspective of the investors, how you see the market. Is it if you exist, if you are willing to invest, you have to be optimistic, of course. And I'm curious to hear from you how you perceive new space. You are from Europe, from Hungary, so of course you will present this point of view, and then we will go to our experts online, and especially I would like to hear about your perception of new space. How do you see it more or less risky? What's the risk awareness among the investors?
Yeah, as you said, I'm quite optimistic because we exist, and more European venture capital firms are raising, focusing on this particular domain, new space tech companies. So this is a trend that's obviously coming from the US, and Europe is lacking behind of the US trend, but we can see that previously in the last couple of 6-7 years, a huge amount of, compared to, of course, to the zero one, a huge amount of money is going to the sector from private investors as well. And more venture capital firms can be found, as I said, specialized in space tech companies. I agree with you that for the generalist venture capital investors, this is not really, their approach, or this is not a field that they would be comfortable with because of those risks that you just mentioned that could be associated with the sector. So there are more specific risks associated with space tech investments. So you have to be aware of that, and you have to implement into your investment decision process to somehow, deal with those risks and take into consideration when you are entering into an investment opportunity. So your whole risk return profile will be different from other generalist ways, I would say. And from our perspective, from the CE region, Helios Capital was funded last year, and we were the first Central Eastern European venture capital firm focusing exclusively just the space tech investment opportunities. And we could see there is a big lack of need, there is a big need from entrepreneurs and from those countries, because there are such brilliant capabilities here in the region, and they are really not tapped by the usual Western European investors. So there are so much potential in the region, which should be, further explored and should be closely examined.
Yeah, I'm very much aware that there is a need for special venture capitals, because so many people asked me about you coming to ERC to discuss things with you. So maybe I will ask the guest. Potentially, I knew the answer. Do you think that we need specialized funds, venture funds, to invest in space activities, in new space? Then, of course, I will discuss it with Michał in more depth, because he has the entrepreneur perspective. But maybe Inigo and then Troy, how do you see investing in new space by venture capitals, or maybe by other types of investors? Who is the better investor for new space, venture or sectoral investor?
All right. Yeah, very interesting point. I can hear myself. I don't know if there's anything I can do to. Okay. Anyways, I'll try not
We
to.
can hear you. We
to
can
get
hear you
distracted.
quite well.
Yeah, but I can also like hear myself twice, so it's it's a bit weird. In any case, so getting back to the question, I think specialized investors are very we play and are playing a key role. Of course, I mean I come from Starbucks, so that's the logical thing that you would hear from me. But at the end, as it was previously said, the intrinsic points and processes of new space startups and new space projects in general are very different from those in any other market, even different from those in other deep tech sectors. So I think it's very important for founders to really find someone that can not only, of course, invest, but really understands their project, their technology, and the market. And then, I mean, they really need to be aligned. So it's something about, for these venture capitalists, they will, or we will very likely invest in the early stages. So as we know, the times are very long, and the technological roadmap lasts for several years in most of the occasions. So there needs to be this alignment between like the investors and the funders in which goals need to be obtained, the milestones, and so on. And thus, it's very important that the investor understands what's going on, understands that the market is slow, but it's also very dynamic in another way, as we were saying in the last months with all the geopolitical situation and even economical situation, supply chain, and so on. So in conclusion, there needs to be an investor that understands what's going on really. So that's also why we're seeing some more generalistic VCs show interest by the space sector, but be also very reluctant to enter because traction will not be the same, time to market will not be the same, and you need someone who really understands these peculiarities. And then other kinds of investors are also, of course, needed and a crucial part of the new space growth in general. Either corporate investors guiding as well the new space startups with real demand, which is another topic very interesting and a bit controversial, like the real demand that will be there when these startups mature and consolidate. So it's really important to also for the VCs to see this driving demand and driving investment from the real industry. So yeah, I think that would be my point.
Yeah, thank you a lot, Troy. We are discussing Europe, of course, but it would be very interesting to hear your point of view. Maybe there could be a kind of a lesson learned from your experience. How do you see it in Australia? Probably there's late evening, yes, at your place. And how do you perceive it? What new space needs more? VC funds. Sectoral investors, are there good VC funds who can support new space? Please.
Yeah, no, and just firstly, just want to say thank you so much for having me on. I wish I could be there in person. I guess we're going to have to get some more investment in so we can get some faster space flights across the globe. But I mean, yeah. So to answer your question around, do we need special space funds? I think we do, but at the same time, I think there's a lot that can be gained from existing sources of funding that are out there as well. I think a lot of what I'll call traditional VCs or tech VCs, they're really used to investing in tech, and things that are generally software, SaaS-based things. And we know that in recent years they've sort of ventured into the realm of direct-to-consumer things and areas that aren't necessarily tech. They're just existing kind of markets, existing kind of business models that are just now have an app. So for a long time, VCs have sort of forgotten how to invest in what deep tech, industrials, things like space, where there are great opportunities. It is a very, very different business. but it doesn't necessarily mean that everything's going to be necessarily capital intensive as well. I think that that's a common misconception. You can get a VC that sees something in front of him, two opportunities. One of them will be a SaaS-based software company asking for, say, $10 million, and you get another one with a space company, maybe even involving hardware, not just software. And they might say, well, we actually only need $3 million to build a valuable business. Yet the intuition still says, well, the space company is going to be capital intensive, even though literally in dollars values, these things are different. So there's a lot of differences. There's a lot of education I think needs to go into getting the larger, more traditional funds into the space, so to speak. But I think that there is a need for groups like Moonshot, like Starburst, and some of the other big space funds out there who really have a more deeper understanding and a lot more visibility to see, well, what's sci-fi, what's not, what's real, and to have more of an appreciation for, I guess, the spectrum of different space-related opportunities, because it does span, software. You've got a lot of orbital dynamics software and things like this can help us actually create a lot of value, as much as you have big, heavy rockets that are being produced and things like this. I think the other thing that we're seeing around the world, well, I don't think we know it. We've sort of seen it over the last few years with the pandemic and the economic fallout from that. Hopefully everyone in the room is sort of familiar with space and the narrative of sorry, I'm getting distracted by the speaking in myself in my ear. The narrative of space being, it's about democratizing space. Now everybody, for the cost, I say, for the cost of a fast food franchise, you can now build your own space company and, and create real value. There's a whole range of things that you can do there. I've lost my train of thought. Yeah, so, no, it's entirely disappeared. Yeah, it comes back to industrials and understanding, that there are different models, there's different markets. You want to have investors. So if you're a founder in the room, you want to have investors that have that understanding, that can come on the journey with you and help you find, big, business to business contracts and things like this, and not just have that experience in just SaaS and D2C kind of opportunities. And to help connect you with some of the other funds, with their relationships, where they can say, yep, I can give my credibility to this startup here. You can, so you can feel safe putting some money in here. And we can see those opportunities that will actually provide those capital returns in the 5 to 7 year timeframes. I don't think it's all going to be about saying, look, it's going to have to be 20 years before we see something actually take flight, whether that's a putt or not. Yeah, I think, the opportunities for space are plenty. I think that this is a really, really exciting time. Oh, this is what I was going to say. Coming out of the pandemic, because we've been talking about this narrative space as democratization, but we've seen the stats show that most investment into space from VC over the last decade has really been still into rockets and satellites, and really creating competition in these areas that we think it's supposed to be innovative and creating new capabilities, but they're actually still sort of just doing more of the same. All of the interesting kind of, on the verge of sci-fi or sci-fac, if you want to call it that way, ideas that we're talking about, they haven't been getting the capital or the oxygen that we probably think that they should be, and that's where the real opportunities are going to be. So with the constriction of capital going into pretty much everything at the moment, I think that we're going to see a lot of the highly competitive, we don't need 200 launch providers around the world. They're going to start to dry up, and we are starting to see that happen around the world now. But I think that actually gives some airtime to some of the really innovative, intuitively out there concepts that are actually building real businesses today. Even if they're building things with hardware, not just software. If it seems like it's science fiction, they're building entirely new capabilities. But they might actually start to be generating some real capital and just need some capital to amplify the business that they're already building, as opposed to doing 10 years of R&D before they actually get something to market. So this is, I think there's a lot of opportunities out there. Yeah, it's going to be really exciting next few years.
Thank you a lot. You said two words which I'm going to ask about Andrea more: capital return. Yes, I mentioned the risk first, but the second thing which I see as a potential obstacle for venture capital is the time frame of capital return. for sure there is lots of specifics for space market. Can you say something about it, Andrea? Because if I see the very ambitious project like space debris or something like that, this is not. My first thought would be it's not something for venture capital because it's a very long time perspective. Is it, or how do you see it?
Andrea, we need specific data.
Okay, 5 to 10, 25 to 35. No, I'm kidding. So yeah, it's a hard question. Although I think it's true for venture capital firms that. As previously was said, that we are stepping in a quite early stage of the company. So we know that it won't be, 3 to 5 years when we realize our investment. So everything is supposed to be a longer time period, especially with space tech when all the sector has this longer period of projects and everything. So we have a longer time frame that we are thinking about going with the companies and supporting them. So definitely more than 5 years, if it's specific enough for you. Regarding the returns as well. So regarding the returns, it's a tough question because especially in Europe, we haven't seen so much realization of proceeds from the investments. So we expect, when we enter into an early stage company, we expect to follow them in the next couple of series. And if someone wants to, get out of the business earlier, there are some possibilities, but the better is, to go until the company it really succeeds. So with European deals, there is no great benchmark, or there is no real benchmark for returns that we can expect. That's why I cannot be really specific.
I'm just thinking if the venture capital, which is specialized in space, does not gradually become a sectoral investor. And
of course, they become. So yeah. That's true.
And Michał, you're in fact you are the main addressee of our session. You are the target. You are the target. You are the recipient of the fund. You are the most important here. I'm sorry for guys, but we are just experts, supporters of New Space, and you represent New Space. So, first question: what's your dream investor? What do you need?
Well, New Space. Hard to say if I'm New Space.
Are you in New Space?
But okay. So, dream investor. I think that one topic is important, that the venture capitals which investing in space with the time should be more sectoral investor, for sure, in case of the awareness. What I am afraid is that in Europe, I see the trend of this new space, and some venture capitals which have no idea about the space, about the risks, because at the end, in space is pure physics. It's not the pitch or some nice presentation. There is pure physics you have to fight with, and then you present as a new space company nice idea how you will be new space economy. And there's ventures which have no idea how it works in the space, how to deal with this, invest money. Then in 2 years they came and say, "Oh guys, where's my money? You stated that you will make a satellite servicing in 3 years, and then you will sell 10 satellites." I saw such pitch, and it destroyed the market from my perspective. I mean, at the end, in 5 years, I can presume that it will say no. There is no possibility to earn the money, which at the end is not true. I mean, there is the space, there is the room for doing a business, but not in the formula like I don't know. We think about the deep tech or fintech technology. There is some different perspective, and that is why these venture capitals or sectoral founders should be aware in what challenges we are facing. That it's at the end high risk business, and what maybe it is worth that we still have the agencies, European Space Agency, for example, in Europe, where we can use as a technology hub, as a also base of the knowledge, where we can basing. One example from my perspective, I have a small company where we have some ideas with few colleagues, say, okay, how we can benchmark it. And there is a dedicated program in ESA. You can write there, ESA ideas, send to the expert, and say, guys, we have, and in fact, this is some, at the beginning is some very quick pitch. It's about half of the page, and in half of the page, you have to define what the great idea which challenge the world, will change the world you will propose. And this is quite a good benchmark, because you sending there, and at the end you get the nice feedback if the technology you are proposing is interesting or not. So summing up for my perspective, and to, let's say, keep maintain the business evolving, is that the venture capitals and the founders will be aware how the space is evolving. And one thing is that it's about the public-private partnership. I think we should go somewhere in that area where we simply share the risk. The entrepreneurs and the public sector, they share the risks of doing the space business.
Yeah, I know we have 10 minutes, and we probably then will not touch the subject, which is quite interesting, whether the current situation is affecting the appetite, the investment appetite. Maybe just a few words, Andrea. Do you take it into account, the current situation? I mean, post-pandemic and war, of course. Do you think it's? And I will ask the same question to Miguel, because does it affect the sector? Andrea, please.
Yes, it affects in several different ways. The war itself, I think, won't bring, recession to the sector. We do expect to slow down a little bit the growth of the sector, but we don't expect, to pull out money, because we can see the trend that a huge amount of money is coming from the private sector, and this tendency should remain. And also, I think with this situation, the government spending should remain at the same level or even increase. If we just think about, the defense domain of the space sector, which also has an effect to the commercial domain as well. So we are not pessimistic in a sense that everything will stop and there will be a big recession affecting this sector.
Miguel, I have one question, but with two options. Having in mind this situation now, what would you advise to Michał as a space entrepreneur what should he or could he expect from investors? Should it be more safe to count on sectoral investor or VC fund? And also, what would you advise to VC fund at the moment? Yeah, because I feel that we are a perfect combination here. Experts, and the experts are needed by entrepreneurs and by VC funds. I cannot imagine that VC fund could invest really in a responsible way without having a view of Pedro, of Miguel, and the other experts on site. So yeah, I know it's difficult. Yeah.
Yeah, just expressing opinion it's easy. Giving advice, it's a different thing. Perhaps I would just recall the European picture. Then we should not forget that in Europe we have created Arianespace, we have created Eutelsat, we have created EUMETSAT. Now we are in Copernicus, Galileo. Then we have the higher rate of public contracts in film fixed price, and we have been able to build, let's say, a fantastic combination of public and private investment to develop some satellite primes in Europe that are competitive worldwide. That means that we are already in front of commercialization. Then we can also see the new initiative in ESA about the commercialization gateway, the support that they are receiving. We have to think that ESA and the European Union is a good opportunity to be paid to accumulate IPR. That means that you just generate capital just by procuring R&D. I mean that we are in a good sense. And then what I can recommend to the companies is to rely in institutions, to rely in ESA, to rely in your national funds and national plans. And then if I go to investor, I will came to this, I told before, the kind of PC revolution that may be happening in satellites. If this becomes true, that means that these small satellites are proven to be useful for many users. Probably the large actors now in space will not be able to support the cost structure that represents to producing these small spacecraft. And that would mean that will be a lot of startups that would have new technologies. Most of them will fail because they will not go in the right standard. The others will contribute to build a new standard. These companies will consolidate, and then we will see the evolution of a new industrial setup in Europe in the upper stream. Then if you go to the downstream, as I told you before, then that goes alone. That means that we don't need to refer to space. Space is inspiring for them, then the user needs are inspiring for space, but I would say that from the financial and return perspective, I think that it's a completely different world. But if you look at the upstream, look for companies that have a good support from administration and companies that can contribute to develop new standards of PC-like satellites.
Yeah, Pedro, some tips for investors and some tips for entrepreneurs. I know that it's quite tough, but we are in such frame of time, so please.
Well, for investors, you all have this tough choice. There are companies who present very, very small capital investment because they are just using computers to change data and make value. And there are the other companies who really build the hardware that actually produces those data. So even though, of course, it is easier to go into the low capex firms, if we try the source of funds of the people who invest the new satellites and produce the new data, then the growth of the sector will be very impaired. So take your right decision in balancing your portfolio into companies who actually do hardware and change the way we produce services and products in space, and companies who actually make use of the produce of those other companies. And one thing that has been brought up a couple of times, and Mikael just said, is the agencies, and in particular ESA, of course, and the EU SPA, have an opportunity now to move into service contracts as NASA did 15 years ago. And we are late. There in Spain, the 3 years that I have been, we have introduced a very comprehensive plan of innovative public procurement. That was, Mikael was mentioning more or less the same thing earlier, meaning companies should try to use these systems by which the public funds are going to subsidize your first prototype. So this could be the life or death of certain kinds of companies, and I think the governments are starting, as I said, to learn, to work in that direction, and you should certainly use those programs that are now in place. And there's no shame on it. Why do we have Moderna providing RNA vaccination? Is that they got a public an innovative public procurement program from DARPA in 2013. Otherwise, they would have never succeeded. So there's no shame on trying to go to these programs. And this doesn't make you less of a new space or less of a private company or less of an investor-friendly company.
Thank you. And Troy and Inigo, just few words to Michał, I think. What would you advise him as a new space entrepreneur? And then Michał, you will make a resume.
Yeah, no, great. So I can keep it really, really simple. My advice to VCs first is be less risk averse. Take bigger risks. My advice to founders is to be more risk averse. Start with low capital intensive things, compound success, start small. I like to say from little things, big things grow. So get some runs on the board and you can build really, really quickly, things like that. So less risk aversion for founders. And more risk aversion for founders, less risk aversion for VCs.
Inigo?
Yeah, on my end, it's going to be pretty similar. I think one of the key points here with all the whole situation and where the new space market is heading is making see the VCs the feasibility and the demand that will be there. So my suggestion for startups would be to think about it and try to find a growth model which would be business based instead of investment based, which of course is something very difficult, but there are ways to make investors see this. For example, working with public institutions, accessing these contracts, these programs. And then, for example, when we just a quick example, I'm recently talking with several space mining startups, which of course their time to get to the market is almost like a decade or even more time. So they're finding new ways, their technologies and their business model to applications which are able to be done today. And I think that's super useful for VCs, maybe not for specialized VCs, which already understand you, but for those who try to enter the market, seeing that these technologies and projects are also causing an impact or generating some revenues today will be a key point. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. What I hear is a risk awareness and risk appetite, which we should have, and do not be risk averse. Yes.
What is important to summing up the meeting? What is important? I'm really happy that we collect the experts with the huge heritage in ESA, in space programs and so on, and with the venture capitals who starts to be interested in this sector, in the space business, space economy, and talk with the experts. That I think that it brings benefits and give us success of new entrepreneurs in this sector.
Thank you a lot. We are running out of time, but I think we can proceed with the discussion out of cameras and in this nice company, experts, investors and entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.
Here is where big business happens. Nearby, professional science and research facilities continue to grow. Well-educated staff is easily available. Nearby, you can take care of your health and restore your vital powers. Just a step away from active tourism destinations and the oldest mountain range in Europe, the Świętokrzyskie Mountains. All that in one region. Here you are close to big business, both Polish and international. Contacts with various industries are within your grasp. Nearby, professional research laboratories are growing. Here, science supports development of the newest technologies. Well-educated specialists are easily available. All that in one region. Come and invest here. Świętokrzyskie, close by. Here is a place where you can start your company. Here you will also establish professional contacts and develop your business. Attractive conditions await your business. Land for investment and infrastructure offer unlimited possibilities. Here, business meets the world of science and technology. Young inventors conduct projects on a cosmic scale. All that in one region. Come and invest here. Świętokrzyskie, close by. Here you're close to modern resorts where you can take care of your health. All around you can find professional care and restore your vital powers. You're one step away from active recreation, surrounded by beautiful nature. All that in one region. Come and see. Świętokrzyskie, close by. Here you're close to the most interesting tourist attractions. The land where Polish rulers and their families lived, and which 6,000 years ago was mined for precious flint. Today the mines are a UNESCO site. Wild nature is within your grasp, and active recreation routes stretch to the horizon. Nearby is a gem of Renaissance architecture. All that in one region. Come and see. Świętokrzyskie, close by.
Hello and welcome back everyone to where the action is happening. We're in a full room, as you can see, well, as you can hear probably. And we're here with special guests, and we're going to talk about something that we talked about yesterday, about robotic operations, artificial intelligence, the role of autonomous robotics in space exploration. And I'm here with Gianfranco Vicentin of the European Space Agency and Javier Rodriguez Gonzalez. And together you have been involved in a project called Per Aspera. And if I understand, ESA has led a consortium of different specialist expert partners for creating a roadmap for robotic space exploitation. Can you tell us a little bit about why that is needed?
Okay, this was an important initiative of the European Commission in order to try to harmonize activities across Europe and have a way of organizing the work of different partners around a central idea. So the idea was this roadmap, which constituted a series of developments, incremental developments, which led from early blocks of technology into applications. And we started, for example, at the level of artificial intelligence into the idea of making highly autonomous systems. And here one has to understand that artificial intelligence is not only what people perceive these days as the most relevant aspect, which is learning systems. There is a great part of artificial intelligence which is about planning and scheduling in time and space, which is, of course, is very important for autonomous rovers because they find themselves in a totally unknown environment with a set of goals which have to be fulfilled in a certain time, and they have to figure out how to do what, when, and whether this is achieved. So we put together this plan, this roadmap, which has been executed by teams of industry research institute in Europe. And I think we achieved very important demonstrations related to autonomous assembly of space infrastructure. So we were talking about essentially manufacturing walls or launching pads on the moon by cooperating robots. Or these days we've been looking at the collaborative exploration of lava tubes.
Okay, so we're not just talking about rovers, because we're at the European Rover Challenge, but we're talking about all robotic structures. Let me switch to you, Javier, if that's okay. You're a leading expert in robotics in Europe, from Spain. Can you tell us a little bit, because this project has been running for quite a while, what are the key milestones that you have come up with in this roadmap?
Okay, it's true that this has been running already for 8 years, so the roadmap has evolved a little bit. At the beginning was like Gianfranco was saying, with common building blocks, and we have more focusing space exploration with the moon and Mars, and now we are focusing a little bit more in-orbit servicing, so it's a little bit more on-orbit robotics, but still are robots. And I think that the big milestone are going to be that inside this program we are going to launch the first in-orbit servicing demonstrator for Europe. But of course it's full of artificial intelligence, because all the rendezvous, the close proximity operation, all is controlled in an automatic way. Anyway, we are still not forgetting the part of exploration. The thing is that in the new roadmap is focusing more in the part of science, but will be integrated again in the future space ecosystem roadmap. That is the new name that has the roadmap.
Okay, so tell us a little bit about those next steps. You said you've been working on this for 8 years already. In-orbit servicing is now the first step that we're going to see as a result of this. But what are we going to see after that? You see science, exploration. The word exploitation is specifically mentioned with in the Per Aspera project.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Means that, okay, I mentioned orbital servicing, but really the objective is orbital services. So the orbital servicing are going to be the first step, but we are also working with assembly of big structure in space, modularity, that will be the key for the next generation of a space station, a new way to see the new generation of satellites, assembly, maintain the new ecosystem. So that's are going to be the next steps that we will see, because at the end, what we are working is this future space ecosystem was like a way to implement this green space or the Green Deal on orbit. So we are going to maintain this clean orbit with maintaining the satellites, repairing, creating new structure, modular, that are easy to maintain. All these are the objective of the new.
Okay, so space sustainability is a big part of this. May I go back to you, Gianfranco? This infrastructure, this autonomous robotic infrastructure, will that have a relation with human exploration and exploitation at some point?
Oh, definitely, definitely. I think we had a discussion yesterday about human versus robots. We need both. The fact, though, is that humans in space are very expensive. So we need to have the robots in order to prepare for the infrastructure. While the safe shelter is not there, robots can build it, can prepare it, so that when humans arrive, everything is ready. And this needs to be done by using autonomous systems.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We're going to switch now to one of the partners in the project, the Polish Space Agency.
Thank you,
so thank you very much, gentlemen, for your expertise and your time. And we're going to switch over to a representative of POLSA, of the Polish Space Agency, Ms. Ola Bukawa. So welcome, Ola, here. We were talking to Gianfranco and Javier about the role of robotics, autonomous systems in space. POLSA is a partner in Per Aspera. Why is the Polish Space Agency and Poland as a country so interested in connecting to this development?
Yes, thank you. Good morning and good morning to everyone. We are proud contributor to Peraspera because of the heritage of Polish sector in robotics. Of course, mainly in land robotics, we have institutions and companies, entities that developed robots that fight explosives, that help in crisis management situations, firefighters, but also in the mines. And all these applications, more or less the same technologies are needed as in space. So that is why, based on that heritage, we want to contribute, and we are thrilled about what is happening now in space exploration, where robotics is inevitable. So a part of being a part of Peraspera, we are also contributing to European Space Agency in the area of robotic exploration, and we are partnering with NASA for the Artemis mission.
Excellent. Well, we talked to, well, I guess your boss, Professor Rochna, yesterday about the Artemis Accords and what that means for Poland. Maybe you can elaborate a little bit on that as well. What does these projects, all these participations of the Polish Space Agency mean for students and for people in Poland who are eagerly waiting for their opportunities, either as an employee or maybe as an entrepreneur in space?
Exactly. There is the high interest in Poland for the Artemis program and for the whole Moon to Mars initiative of NASA. And I would like to underline here that this is not only American project. Unlike Apollo, Artemis is run in a very broad international cooperation, including ESA. So we are coordinating all these efforts, the Peraspera roadmap, the ESA contribution and direct cooperation with NASA in order to ensure that we can contribute the best we can, both in planetary robotics and in orbital robotics.
Okay, and what I found interesting in your introduction is that it's not just about space, but it's robotics with many applications. So in space we are learning from what is being developed in mining and maybe in other areas in manufacturing. And probably also the other way around, technology developed for space will find applications on Earth. So what would you recommend to people watching now on the live stream, people from Poland who are interested in getting involved in this? What can they do to be a part of this?
Well, we hope that Artemis, like Apollo, will change the technology in a way we cannot even imagine, and that it will bring us breakdown solutions here on Earth. For example, in mines, we have a huge problem with navigation. There is no GPS or GNSS available. And this is the same on Moon and the same on Mars. We also have a huge delay in the signal transmission. It's 8 minutes to Mars one way, so 16 minutes altogether. So we need to develop technologies not only of autonomous navigation, but also on the artificial intelligence, so that the robot can make their decisions. And it may help also in all everyday life of all of us, of the disabled people, and so on in the future. And taking into account already built dozens of years of experience of Polish companies, we believe that this sector has a great potential to contribute.
Excellent. So going back to the Rover challenge here, how is the Polish Space Agency and I guess the Polish industry looking at this competition? Maybe for scouting talent. We talked to your colleague Oscar a few days ago, and he said this is also a little bit of a talent scouting event. Is that how you see it as well?
Yeah, of course. This is the well, we see it, this event both ways. First, building a new generation of engineers that will be needed with the developing sector, especially in exploration, which will become in a spot very soon. So they will be needed for the companies. So we want to make them aware of Polsa, and we want to become kind of a broker and helper and to link those engineers with the respective entities. The other important, very important aspect of the ERC that we see is the popularization of space and space robotics and space exploration among kids. We have a very nice zone when kids can build their own rocket or the stratosphere balloon or a Martian rover today. And this is something that brings us a lot of energy and trust that the things that we are doing in the agency make sense.
Okay, well, that's very good to hear, and we're in the middle of all that right now. So thank you very much, Olaf, for your insights. For those of you who are interested in connecting with all these developments, follow the Polish Space Agency, Polsa on social media, check out the Polsa website to get in touch with Ola and her colleagues. In the meantime, follow the ERC on hashtag ERC2022 and keep on watching the live stream. We're going to do something very, very special right now. So back to the studio.
Europe is at the heart of new space ambitions, ready to embrace ever greater technological and human challenges. The first objective is to maintain autonomous launch capabilities for our missions. Based on 50 years of experience in launchers, we can ensure space transportation for future missions. In orbit around our home planet Earth, the International Space Station continues to play an essential role as a research platform. Soon it will be possible to journey in the Orion service module to the Lunar Gateway, a station that will orbit the Moon and be the first deep space outpost supporting human exploration of the Moon. By the end of the decade, a European moon lander should deliver the cargo needed to survive the lunar night in a base camp, securing a European astronaut's presence on the Moon. But to secure our independence, shouldn't we find a way to get there ourselves? What if Europe were to develop its own crewed transport system? The Space Rider demonstrator is a step in that direction. Striking out beyond the Moon, we'll send the Sample Fetch rover to Mars to collect samples and bring them back to Earth, so scientists can unravel the mysteries of the Red Planet. Many other missions will be key to prepare for human exploration of our sister planet. Let's take part in those first steps. And why stop there? There's a natural satellite around Saturn named Enceladus, which may also harbor life. Isn't life the very essence of our planet? Together, let's explore space, traveling farther so as to come back with new knowledge to improve life on Earth.
Now it's time to experience something really cosmic on our planet, on the surface of Earth and even under the surface of our pale blue dot. Let's start the live connection with the Nautilus Ocean Expedition, which seeks out new discoveries in geology, biology and archaeology while conducting a scientific exploration of the seafloor. Let's welcome Chief Officer Martyna Graban and the onboard communication lead, Yashira Cruz Rodriguez, who will tell us about their roles on board and connection between deep sea and space exploration. Martyna, Yashira, can you hear us? Can you say something if we can check the connections with the sound as well? Could you please try to unmute yourself? Are you unmuted? Yeah, we have some sound problems. Let's maybe try to work on the technical side. And your volume is maximum, right? For now. Trying again, sorry for the short delay, but it's nice to see you anyway. Greetings from Kielce. Let us work on this, okay? Well, we should actually have this ability of reading from your lips, right? Hopefully it's not needed. Could you please reconnect? So that's the advice from our technical staff. So thank you very much, and I will tell shortly our audience what we will be talking about. Thank you. So we're connecting right now with the Nautilus Ocean Expedition, and we will learn a bit more about their everyday life and also about the main tasks that they are doing and their scientific motivation and what's the mission and what are the biggest milestones so far of the mission, and also how we can see the connection in between this type of exploration and also space exploration expeditions that we plan and that we are focusing on during our event. We could also, if we have enough time, we will briefly describe the careers and the profiles that are needed both in this type of expeditions and in oceans explorations expedition, and also talk about skills that can be transferable to the space exploration. If we have enough time, we will also let you ask the questions while we connect to the expedition there, and hopefully we'll have a fruitful discussion ongoing. So let me check the connections once again. We're waiting. Okay, reconnecting.
Oh, can you hear us now?
Yeah, we can hear you very well. So welcome, Martina, and welcome, Yashira. Good to see you. Hello.
Good to see you as well.
So could you tell us a bit more about your roles and during the expedition?
Yeah, of course. My name is Dashira Cruz. I am a communications lead here on board of the exploration vessel Nautilus. So my role is basically coordinating all of the outreach efforts that go out to the public from the vessel. And I'm also collaborating with a set of amazing STEM-focused educators who also produce a series of educational products that go out to our website, nautiluslife.org.
Yes, and my name is Martina Graban. I am Chief Officer on board Nautilus. I'm very excited that we can meet on event in Kielce, in Poland, from the middle of Pacific Ocean. And I hope you will enjoy our short presentation about our ship, exploration, and the new technology that we use on board, which is pretty amazing.
Yeah, we're looking forward, so go ahead.
Amazing. All right. So like we were talking about before, we are connecting to you directly from the exploration vessel Nautilus, which is currently transiting out of Papahanaumokuakea Marine National Monument in the Hawaiian archipelago. And we're heading back to port after a 25-day expedition mapping the seafloor. And that's actually our first step in the ocean exploration process. We actually lay a map of the seafloor before deploying our remotely operated vehicles to break the barriers in the areas of chemistry, biology, geology, maritime history, and outreach and education.
So how many of you is there?
Yeah, so for now we have 45 persons on board. Maximum capacity that we can carry is 52, all the scientists and crew, ship's crew.
So can you tell us a bit about your everyday life? How does it look like? You have some shifts, I guess, and you have to carry out scientific tasks, right? Like our rovers, Mars rovers do here also during the competition. So how your days look like?
Yeah, for the education and outreach team, a big component of what we do is transmitting live interactions from here in the studio. And we also gather in our control van to talk about the operations going on here on the ship. So any given day, we can have anywhere between 2 to 10 live interactions with audiences from all over the planet. And then Martina has a more technical aspect to her work.
Yes, I work on the ship's bridge, and we have 3 navigational officers. We keep 4 hours watch, so my watch is from 4 to 8 in the morning and in the evening. And during that time, we drive the ship. And of course, afterwards, we have some additional tasks on deck and a lot of different.
So what time is there now? The local time that you explained.
Right now it's 12:20 a.m. So we're just starting our day.
Yeah. So, and could you tell us a bit more about the milestones of or discoveries that you made? Yeah, could you comment on this?
Yeah, I would love to tell you more about our technology, if it's okay, and how we have been working with different organizations to integrate robotics into ocean exploration operations, if it's okay. So our remotely operated vehicles, Hercules and Argus, are equipped to go up to 12,000 feet or 4,000 meters in the seafloor, and they operate in environments that are pretty extreme, sometimes unpredictable, but ripe with possibility when it comes to discovery. And so they need to be programmed and built in such a way that they can operate in these highly dynamic environments, which highly mimics a lot of what goes on in space exploration. In this case, we're working with really high temperatures sometimes, or very low temperatures. And very often we're working at high pressure. And Argus, which you'll see right here, is often connected to Hercules. So they work in tandem. So while Hercules is our main workhorse, Argus is keeping a watchful eye, and it works like a video sled. So what it does is keep track of the movement of Hercules in this dynamic environment to make sure that our operations are effective and that they are safe, because these are highly specialized and unique robots, right? And this is something of what it would look like when we're exploring in cave-like environments. The seafloor is not flat. Sometimes it's cavernous. There are canyons. Sometimes we're exploring hydrothermal vents. And so it's necessary for us to have a lot of situational awareness of what is happening throughout our expedition. And all of this is streamed live through our website, through a process known as telepresence. So Nautilus is going to be on the surface. The ROVs are going to be connected to it through a tether. And the tether has fiber optic cable. So as Hercules is collecting information about these hydrothermal vents, it's sending that information back to Argus, and then it goes back to our ship, where it's transmitted from our dome out to space. Go figure. So we are connected to space somehow. And then all of that information goes to a satellite substation and back to the inner space center. And that process also allows us to conduct tele-exploration. So not only the crew and the scientists who are here on board get to participate in the science, but we also have people at home. So just lay audiences joining us and enjoying the process and asking their questions live. But we also have a Scientist Ashore program where they are able to share their knowledge with us as we're exploring these unknown environments. But they're also asking us for certain samples so that way they can be made available to the wider scientific community in the future. And I have actually Kim Weaver and Shannon Donovan here with me. They're two wonderful STEM educators, and they would love to jump into the conversation and talk to us about different robotic systems that have been integrated into our exploration activities throughout the year.
Sure. I'll jump in first. My name is Shannon Donovan. I'm a Science Communication Fellow on board this mapping cruise. And I was also on board in 2018 when we were doing an expedition in collaboration with Ocean Networks Canada. One of the amazing accomplishments of ONC is the installation of a wired ocean observatory that you see here in this image. And one component of this observatory is actually a benthic crawler named Wally. And Wally is wired into this network and actually controlled by folks in Germany. So as opposed to an ROV, we could consider this an IOV, an internet operated vehicle. And so there's a little bit of latency in that operation. This robot can stay on the seafloor for extended periods of time and observe changes in the environment, longitudinally. So provides some really great opportunities for observations.
And hello, my name is Kim Weaver. I am a Science Communication Fellow here on board the EV Nautilus. My background is in civil and environmental engineering, but I'm also privileged to work with NASA on some educational materials. And one of the things that I am really excited about is the Nereid Under Ice Vehicle, otherwise known as NUI. And this vehicle has been on Nautilus several times, integrated with our systems, and then going on deployments and expeditions. What's special about NUI is that it communicates via an optical modem. And so what you're seeing is Argus communicating via light with NUI, and then NUI sending data back. This is kind of similar to the Mars rovers that are able to operate both remotely operated or somewhat autonomously operated. And so that's an interesting thing about NUI is that it's an ROV and an AUV in one. And another interesting thing is that a couple of years ago, we had NUI on board, and Woods Hole scientists in Massachusetts took control of NUI and controlled NUI from Massachusetts when we were out in the middle of the Pacific. And one thing that was really interesting about that is that the signal latency between Woods Hole, Massachusetts, then beaming up to our satellite and down to the ship, and then down to the optical modem, is really similar to what NASA scientists will experience with the Viper mission to the moon. This is a remotely operated vehicle that will be on the moon in a few years, hopefully. And scientists will be operating it from Earth with a signal latency of about 2 seconds. And so missions like NUI help us to rehearse for that level of signal latency.
How about this one? All right. Thank you so much to both of you for joining us here today and sharing all that knowledge with us. As we're going about all of those technical operations, it is very important to rely on a team of people who are very clear about their role and the mission objective. So as we're going about our operations, generally, there are several people in this room, the control van where Shannon and Kim are joining us from. So generally, we have a total of around 7 roles, including a science communication seat. We have our ROV pilots, navigators, and scientists who are all collaborating with also people on shore, and of course, with Martina up in the bridge. So Martina, I would love you to jump in right now and tell us about that process.
Yes, sure. So as we said before, on Nautilus can be up to 52 persons on board at sea one time. And we have crew changes every 2 or 3 weeks. So there are a lot of people coming in and out with different backgrounds, hobbies, education, and it's that's one of the most amazing part of working on Nautilus, to spend time on the small ship with so many interesting, amazing people. But the ship's crew is a group of 17 persons, and that's the professional mariners. And basically our main job is to drive the ship from the bridge and from the NG control room. So during the expedition, we have to make sure that we keep the ship in safety manner, following all the regulations, following a good seamanship practice, and of course the requests from the scientist team.
Yes, and as we're taking care of those operations, we've gotten a really great opportunity to collaborate with the space community here in the United States. Come to Papahanaumokuakea Marine National Monument and collaborate with the Jet Propulsion Lab. And we were testing this mechanism known as the Gecko Gripper. And this robotic arm is equipped with a series of nanohairs that allow it to attach to different irregular surfaces, such as this basaltic rock. So in this case, we're trying to operate it at really high depths, high pressure environments, and with a neutrally buoyant remotely operated vehicle. But something really exciting about this technology is that the tiny little hairs that are inspired by van der Waals forces created by gecko feet can also be applied to other environments out in space under microgravity. So the idea is to take it to environments in space and help stabilize certain things. So it's essentially like a robotic Velcro that can be used in these environments. And just like this, we've also collaborated with NASA and NOAA and a mission called Sept. So we're focusing on studying biogeological aspects of hydrothermal vents with the idea of looking at the parallels between the remote exploration activities that are bound to happen in space exploration and in ocean exploration in these extreme environments. So what is it going to look like to have a team kind of distributed all throughout different areas and also have these robots on site? And this is an example of some of our activities in the mid-Pacific Ocean. So in this case, we were exploring hydrothermal vents and microbial growth in these extremophile environments. So all the yellow that you're seeing in this picture is actually microorganisms that are growing right there. It's life happening in these very, very extreme environments. And just like that, we were also able to mimic this type of operation off of the coast of the west coast of North America. And here you can see close to the Apollo vents, which were recently discovered in the last 2 years, how Hercules is able to then take direct samples of seepage that's coming out of these hydrothermal vents, which really, really high temperatures. So it's truly fascinating to see the coordination come to a development as we explore these really extreme environments and seeing what's possible in this front. There's definitely a lot of possibility in the future, but we're very proud of the work that has been done here so far.
It seems that there is a big actually overlap and connection in between what you do and space exploration, and especially the missions that you mentioned already. So it seems that maybe actually we can train future space engineers or space engineers itself on a board as you could do. So could you comment on that? If there are like any special skills that basically you develop that we can transfer to the field of skills of space engineers or people working in space, or?
Yeah, I think there are a lot of possibilities in terms of navigational abilities. We have a lot of software engineers and data engineers. As we develop any kinds of science, it's really important for people to understand how to go about managing all the information that's being gathered, right? There are many sorts of engineering, and because the environments are very similar, engineers can then be able to transfer those skills between space exploration and ocean exploration. We also need biologists, let's say if at some point we find life in other planets, to identify that. And of course, we need communicators to make sure that all of that science is being brought out to the world, and that we're inspiring the next generation of explorers.
Yeah, so this is actually what we very often do, talking about space and the universe. So I find it really fascinating that we can actually meet so many connections in deep sea exploration and space exploration. So since we have some people here in the audience, may I use this time for asking if there is maybe any question that someone would like to ask. So I already see a hand, so let me just... would you like to come to the stage, or I can hear? Yeah, well, maybe I will repeat the question to the microphone if you don't mind. Is that fine? Or you can, yeah, just let's wait for a microphone, so yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much first for the very interesting talk. It's really great to see you from here. I just have a small question, which is, I'm wondering if something breaks on board, what is your strategy today? Do you have to go back to port if you don't have a spare? And maybe connected to this question, I am wondering if you think that having a 3D printer on board would be something useful. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. That's an amazing question. Martina, you want to jump on it from your perspective, and then maybe I can give my own perspective?
Of course, we always try to repair everything on board as far as it's possible. Usually we have exploration expedition far away from the shore. Actually, this cruise we were doing exploration like around 600 nautical miles from the shore. So it would be very last thing that we decide to come back to port for the repairs. But of course, we always bear in mind that it might be this situation that we have to come back, but it would be the last moment, especially when we do the research so far from the shore.
Yeah, and then from the scientific operations perspective, we do have an ROV hangar here on board. So basically this is a space like your garage at home where we have a whole lot of spare parts because things break all the time. That's the reality. After each dive, our engineers are actively going out and going through a checklist to make sure that the ROV is functioning appropriately, but there are parts that are replaced overall. And then I know that Shannon has a lot of experience with 3D printing, and I would love to have them give their perspective on how valuable it could be to have that tool on board.
Sure. And I understand that there has been a 3D printer on board at times in the last couple of seasons. And so we are exploring that as an option to deal with situations where a need arises. You know, the conditions we're working in under very high pressure are challenging. And so that's going to require some different materials, more robust materials than we typically see in a 3D printer, but those technologies are being developed. We have 3D printers now that we can print in metal and ceramics, and so those options are opening up, and we'll, I think, continue to see exploration incorporating those tools.
Thank you, Shannon, and thank you for your wonderful question. That was great.
So do we have any more questions? Someone would like to ask something? So yeah, we have one here from Ruth.
So hello, thank you very much for this super rare opportunity to talk to people who are doing marine biology. I'm a marine microbiologist as well and an astrobiologist, so I'm very happy to see you. Yeah. I wanted to know if there are concrete plans to use some of the beautiful rovers in like NUI and like the others. Are there concrete plans to put them in JPL into sort of like, other worlds, other ocean, ocean worlds? Scenarios? Is that down in the timeline for these things?
So I believe that for our robots, we are focusing on our own ocean because there is so much we don't know yet of our world's ocean, right? We've seen very little of it with our own eyes, and we've only mapped around 23.4%. And without the maps, we don't even deploy the robots. So at this moment, when it comes to with regards to our own robots, the plans are to focus more on our ocean. But I think that the ties that are being created for us to allow our instruments to serve the space community for their own testing are going to keep growing over time for sure. And this subsea expedition has happened twice. So there might be future plans for that to happen in the future as well, though I'm not clear on when that might be.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any more questions? So, okay, we have one more. Sorry.
Hi. While cooperating with NASA, you are a private organization, NASA is a public institution. Did they actually approach you, did NASA scientists approach you to take this opportunity, or were you approaching them to present the potential? So what was the way of starting this collaboration?
Yeah, I honestly am not aware of the logistics that were happening behind that expedition, as I was not, unfortunately, personally involved. But we are a nonprofit organization, and we receive federal funding to explore the waters within the United States exclusive economic zone in different areas of the world. So it would make sense that our operations would be aligning with NASA's in some occasions.
So we were actually experiencing some water during this year competition, European Rover Challenge, since it was raining a bit. So the rovers that were designed by the team that compete here had to deal with much more water than they expected. So I believe also the robotics and that you are testing would be, the outcomes of that will be very useful for maybe future editions of European Rover Challenge. But anyway, since we have some students here, students working mostly on the rovers and so on, but what happens if someone is interested into joining the expeditions, the one, for example, that you are? Is it possible? Can someone apply?
Yeah.
What kind of person should that be in a sense of the skills, and how it's possible to stay connected?
Yeah, so we have a robust internship program for undergraduate students, and we actually recently opened our applications for our engineering and ocean sciences program. So I'm loading the page right now so I can show you. So if you go to nautiluslife.org/education, you'll find this page right here. I'm sorry. There you go. So this is our page where we have all of our educational opportunities. And if you go to students, you'll be able to find the science and engineering internship program. And I would imagine that the bulk of your students that you serve would be interested in the engineering position. Engineering is an amazing opportunity. So when students come out, they get to train side by side our ROV pilots. So during our live operations, they sit down and they learn to pilot the remotely operated vehicles as they're down in the ocean. And something that they also learn to do is to work with those more mechanical aspects. So they're actively participating with the team to learn the skills necessary to come back, hopefully not only as interns, but as professional engineers and keep bringing those newfound skills to the future of their careers.
That's really awesome. Thank you. So actually, we were discussing also a bit before in terms of space, working in a space sector, a gender balance and all the things related to that. Could you comment on it? Because we see quite many women working during your expedition.
Yeah, so Ocean Exploration Trust does aim to have a wide representation when it comes to identities, genders, and different nationalities. And our core is almost 50-50 when it comes to women versus male. And we're also trying to represent non-binary folk as well, and trying to do a better job at that. So that way our ocean exploration core also represents the population of the world, right?
Yeah, so and cheers to the person in the back, just like who was waving to us. I don't know.
Yeah, they're celebrating over there.
Hello. So just maybe because we are running out of time, any more questions from the audience? And if not, oh, okay, we have one more. So just sum up in a moment.
Hello. Yeah, I just wanted to ask, like, how is the operation controlled by internet? There was like a topic that was talked about. Could you explain more how it is like the operation is carried on?
Yeah.
I think you're asking about Wally, right?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Shannon.
Yes, so Wally is plugged into one of the nodes that sits on the seafloor. It's kind of like a giant underwater power strip with an Ethernet connection. So it goes to shore and then out to the towers and connects by internet over to a lab in Germany that controls it. I am not part of that team, so I can't really speak more to the details, but that's as I understand it.
Okay, thank you.
So as
Thank you so much for your questions.
Thank you. As an experienced person that works in expeditions and exploring the unexplored, could you, to sum up, just give any advice to people that are here, especially to those who work on Rover, on space explorations, who are like kind of starting their career? Is there anything you would like to add from your perspective, any advice? We'll be really happy to listen.
Of course, we can go around the room. Martina, do you want to do the honors?
Yes, I think that the biggest advice is just to keep going, keep exploring, never give up, because there are so many opportunities. So yeah, have your eyes open and keep going.
Yeah, and my advice would go very much in line with that. It's just look for any and every single opportunity to learn new skills and to apply those skills, even if you don't feel 100% qualified to do it. Because as you're throwing yourself into that experience, you're gonna be growing those skills and developing them to then also grow into that position. And now I'm gonna throw it back into the control van for Kim and Shannon.
Yeah, thanks so much. My advice is no matter what your specialty or career is, make sure you are communicating with and connecting with people who study other things and who are working outside your field. The most interesting thing about being on the Nautilus is that we all have different specialties. And so don't get so insulated in your one specialty that you only talk to other people who study that. Make sure you are seeking out. If you're a geologist, talk to the biologist. If you're a roboticist, talk to the data person. You know, really, really make sure that your network represents everyone who's involved in exploration.
Yeah, and I would just piggyback on that. Don't be afraid to change directions, and make sure you're asking questions of people who are different from you, because they bring different experiences and different ideas to the situation.
I believe that it was really a fruitful and fantastic sum up of our meeting. So unfortunately, we are running out of time. It would be lovely to talk to you a bit longer. But I guess you have your stuff to be done as well. We have to keep going with our Rover ERC 2022 event. Thank you very much for the connections. Thank you for your time. Thank you for a very fruitful discussion and presentation, and it was lovely to have you here during ERC 2022. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the time. Thank you for having us. And just want to share our handles. Follow us on nautiluslive.org. All of our highlights and our operations are streaming live 24/7, so you can keep following along. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and good luck in discovering the undiscovered. So it's time for a break for us, and let's see each other at 2 p.m. At the next points of our ERC 2022 last day. See you.
Here you are close to big business, both Polish and international. Contacts with various industries are within your grasp. Nearby, professional research laboratories are growing. Here, science supports development of the newest technologies. Well-educated specialists are easily available. All that in one region. Come and invest here. Świętokrzyskie, close by. Here is a place where you can start your company. Here you will also establish professional contacts and develop your business. Attractive conditions await your business. Land for investment and infrastructure offer unlimited possibilities. Here, business meets the world of science and technology. Young inventors conduct projects on a cosmic scale. All that in one region. Come and invest here. Świętokrzyskie, close by.
Hi, I'm Joel, and we are the FH&W Rover team competing at the ERC 2022 for the very first time. We are building our Rover Mayo 1, and we are trying to give students the opportunity to work on an interdisciplinary project and bring space closer to our school, the FH&W.
I'm Fabian, leader of the electrical engineering team and responsible for the trip and logistics to the European Rover Challenge in Poland.
I'm Daniel and I'm the safety and quality engineer. Also, I'm responsible for all the communication on the rover as well as to the operator station.
My name is Sandro. I'm the leader of the software engineering team and we are trying to bring the rover to life.
I'm Jan, I'm the system engineer of Mayo 1 and I also lead the mechanical team.
I'm Nadine and I'm responsible for the planning and execution of the science missions.
The goal of our scientific experiment is to detect, classify and explore caves on Mars. For this we want to land northwest of the Elysium Mons and explore a possible cave that has been detected recently as described in a paper that's been published this June. We believe that this cave might contain an abundance of resources and minerals, and it might also give some insights about the lava that flew through them. The scientific community believes that many of the caves in these regions have been formed by lava flowing under the ground. Besides minerals and resources, we could also find ice, as these caves might have been filled with water in the past. And as the caves provide some form of protection against ultraviolet light and cosmic radiation, and also sandstorms, some life forms could have survived in them. So, if we find life or evidence of past life on Mars, chances are that we do so in such caves. The protections these caves provide against the harsh environment make them a good place to build our bases should we ever send humans to Mars. So the exploration of caves is, in our opinion, a worthwhile undertaking. This year we will try to find such caves on the Mars Yard in Kielce using visual sensors and looking for craters, partially collapsed craters, but also creeks, ravines and splits in the ground. For future years, we are also thinking about using a ground-penetrating radar to find caves that are fully closed and not visible on the surface. Here you can see our rover driving around on a muddy terrain. It can drive backwards, forwards and also rotate. Now the rover is driving up a slope. The drivetrain supports different speed, which allows for precise steering and also quick travel. Now, our safety engineer Daniel is shutting down the rover with the emergency stop button. The rover is now completely powered down. Back in our workspace and while cleaning the wheels after the drive in the mud, Daniel is now steering the robotic arm of the rover to place the probe in the sand. Finally, for the maintenance task, we switch some buttons and plug in some cables.
Hello and welcome to Frankfurt University of Applied Sciences, the home of Frankfurt Robotics Science Team, or FROST for short. Since 2018, we have been working on the development of a mobile robot platform for participation in various rover competitions around the world. We are proud of our second-generation rover called ARIS, or Advanced Robotic Exploration System. Our team consists of 10 to 20 prospective engineers. Let us present our key members. Here's why we want to participate in the European Rover Challenge. We appreciate the opportunity to meet students and engineers from all over the world. The competition is a great way to learn from each other, not only in the field of robotic sciences. Lectures provide little practical experience. Taking part in the ERC gives us a chance to gain insight into all the real-world challenges which the development of such a complex robotic system comprises. An added bonus are the contacts to industrial companies, which we are establishing. Each year, we aim to release at least one paper or conference presentation in order to contribute to current research. We appreciate the opportunity for international exchange. Ares features a crawler chassis for ideal off-road mobility, a unique selling point among most competitors. The chassis is powered by efficient BLCD. Our rover's safety system has two security stages. Stage 1. The stop button disconnects all actuators by a solid-state relay. All processors and the wireless communication to the ground station are still supplied with energy. Stage 2. All of the rover's systems are mechanically disconnected from the battery. Fitted with 3 2D cameras for localization, our rover allows video feedback for the operator on the ground station. Ares features a 6 DOF robotic arm with a parallel gripper as an end effector for various manipulations. The arm is driven by a combination of harmonic drive gears and hybrid stepper motors. Its gripper driver is programmed with force feedback control to handle even the most fragile parts. Our scientific project will investigate the hydrological cycle and possible plant growth on Mars. With our wet chemistry lab, we will analyze conductance and pH level. On the one hand, these factors can help determine whether recurring slope lines consist of salts, which indicates an active hydrological cycle with the Martian atmosphere. On the other hand, our research will show whether the pH value of the soil is suitable for plant growth.
Hello, my name is Xavi Casajuana and I'm the team leader of UPC Space Program from Universitat Politécnica de Catalunya. We are a group of students coming from various engineering fields such as aerospace, mechanical or electronics. And we are participating this year in European Rover Challenge 2022 with our rover named as Rover. Our team is composed of 21 members, distributed in 5 different departments as shown in the picture. The structural department, in charge of the design and construction of the rover itself, the electronics department that designs the custom PCBs as well as cable management, software development for the communications and control of the rover, a department dedicated solely to the documentation and social media posts, and a scientific team in charge of the science task development.
The structural design has had a complete blow-up. The combination of mechanical and additive manufactured parts gives the rover chassis strength to withstand harsh field conditions while granting maneuverability to move around complex ramps.
A very important part of the rover is our robotic arm that we have friendly named BRAS. It enables us to manipulate objects for scientific tasks, like taking the required samples to be studied, or for the maintenance task. As we can see, we have the gripper that can catch and release rocks or other objects. It has the capability of rotating with 5 degrees of freedom and can take up to 600 grams on its gripper. With brand new motors that let the rover climb 45-degree slopes and stepper motors that enable it to turn around itself at any moment.
The rover's maneuverability is achieved thanks to the new electronic components implemented. With the master-slave control system, we achieve a more optimized data processing control, having a Raspberry Pi as the central control system that distributes information received via the Wi-Fi antenna to the Arduino megaslaves. We also have a Jetson Nano in charge of the navigation and image processing. The electronics team has been working on a custom PCBs for all resolving power distribution and control of the different modules. Prototyping has been crucial in this part in order to ensure the perfect conditions for the final versions of the PCBs.
Thanks to our software developers, our rover is capable of recognizing the environment around it
and navigate through the terrain thanks to the ROS interface that has been implemented, employing 5 different packages: the joystick, the wheels, the movement, the brass, the navigation and vision. It can communicate with the ground station via Wi-Fi and can receive and transmit information in order to allow the members in charge of control to know the state of the rover.
The movement is carried out through different ROS nodes, ensuring the accurate control by using the status parameters and navigational data.
The brass movement is programmed using inverse kinematics, making the gripper control easier, with a joystick and by taking the images obtained from the cameras as a reference.
Hello everyone, we are the scientific department of this mission. Our role is to choose a suitable landing spot inside the ascent area and organize the scientific tasks. This is our landing spot selection, and to choose the landing spot selection, we took in consideration the technical and scientific reasons.
As for the technical justification, we have taken into account that the area is not heavily bounded with craters, and the prevailing winds from the northeast expected to slightly displace the rover during the descent phase.
Upon selecting the landing area, we took into account the fact that the lithology is geologically appealing and is a result of ice-lava interaction.
Hello, we are the Impulse team from the Faculty of Mechatronics and Mechanical Engineering at the Kielce University of Technology, and here is our Impulse Mars rover. There are 16 of us in the Impulse team. We work in 5 sub-teams, each responsible for a different aspect of the current project. The entire work is supervised by Kamil Borycki, the team leader, who is responsible for the organization of work and duties. Kamil is also in charge of the programming sub-team. The other sub-team leaders are Laura Staniszewska, taking care of science and geology, Szczepan Kostecki, involved in electronics and communication, Jakub Lesiak, in charge of the documentation, and Daniel Włodarczyk, responsible for design and mechanics. Our team has been engaged in designing and constructing Mars rovers for various international competitions since 2014. Our achievements include winning the European Rover Challenge 3 times in a row in 2018, 2019 and 2021, and winning the 2019 University Rover Challenge in Utah. We believe that participation in the European Rover Challenge is a perfect way to develop our skills and learn new things in different areas of science and technology. This event is an opportunity to broaden our horizons and exchange experience internationally. It is a chance to meet and build cooperation with other teams, as well as scientists and businessmen from the space and robotics sectors. Our rover is equipped with an emergency stop system. The most important element is the easy-to-spot red button. Once pressed, it initiates an immediate shutdown of all the DC motors and a standstill of the electronics and navigation systems. The robot can be reactivated by releasing the safety button. Safety buttons are located directly on the rover and in the control case. Moreover, there is a speed limit force for the rover's wheels and additional ones regarding autonomous navigation and driving in a tilted position. Our rover is controlled with communication system operating in 3 frequency bands. In the current project, we use industrial radio modems and analog and digital cameras. The control panel includes wireless radio transmitters to communicate with the rover and a specially designed control box equipped with a laptop 2 LCD monitors, joysticks and switches to control it. The Rover is designed to traverse challenging terrain, including loose rocks, boulders and soft sand. With a flexible, independent suspension and a low center of gravity, it can cope with slopes tilting up to 60 degrees. The 6 degree of freedom manipulator, with high-performance train wave gears and PID controllers, is able to perform precision handling operations, for example precision placement. The inverse kinematics algorithms used for the manipulator control help automate the steps in the maintenance and probing task. Manipulator's gripper is equipped with cupping system, with a probing device for probing task. In the navigation task, the Rover will use wheel speed sensors, an inertial navigation system and a specially developed vision system equipped with an NVIDIA Jetson module and 4 Full HD cameras to detect and recognize route markers. In this scientific project, we have focused on analyzing the geology of the Martian surface and looking for signs of life, extinct or alive. Knowledge in the field of geology and geochemistry will allow us to determine the evolution of the terrain, whether there was water or whether there is or has been life in biological concept. It is important because understanding whether life existed elsewhere in the universe beyond Earth is a fundamental question of humankind.
Greetings from Istanbul Technical University. I'm Feyza, team captain of IT Rover team, and we are proudly announced our 7th generation of Rover, ITU AXA Rover. IT Rover team is established in 2016 and it maintains its multidisciplinary perspective, and it has been testing attended by a total of 64 students from 22 different departments and 10 different faculties who like to explore the field of space and robotics. We have 5 sub-teams. Mechanical sub-team is responsible for the mechanical design and manufacture of the rover. The electronic team is responsible for the rover's embedded system and cabling system. The software team creates the software architecture for the rover to complete the task and integrate it into the systems. The science team is responsible for the geological study of Mars. The organizational sub-team, on the other hand, is responsible for the creative design and financial activities of the team. As IT Rover team, we believe that competition brings out the best in everyone. And since we are the first rover team created in Turkey, we wanted to further development and interest of space exploration and robotics, not only for our university, but our country as well. We look at ERC as a chance to improve our space exploration and robotics. ERC will help us inspire people to join our vision.
4-wheel rocker suspension design with a differential bar is chosen for superior terrain performance.
Unlike the previous years, high-power brushless DC motors and planetary gearbox with 1-to-10 reduction is used in each wheel of the drivetrain. 3D printed flexible TPU wheels are custom designed and printed for possible steps, slopes and rough terrain on ERC field by improving over traction. Motors are placed inside the wheels for protecting them from vibration and impact. Rover can climb up to 60 degrees of slopes and reach up to 3 meters per second speed. Moreover, 90-degree center clicks on each side of the gripping surface provides easy rotation against difficulties due to the flow of direction of the sands.
The 6 axes of ours robotic arm are constructed using worm gear and cycloidal gearboxes, which will supply necessary torque and complete rotation for each axis. The final 3-axis usage of cycloid gears leads to their compactness, excellent accuracy and elimination of backlash. Our team used worm gear on the rest of the axes because to avoid backdrive. The robotic arm's structural components are comprised of aluminum and carbon fiber for maximum strength. The 2-finger adaptable gripper made of PETG and aluminum components lets you to grab any form of an object with ease due to the TPU pads utilizing the finger. 7-brush DC motors are used to drive the robotic arm and gripper.
Considering the updated tasks, 4 degrees of freedom specific robotic arm is chosen as an alternative manipulator.
Belt and pulley system with a lead screw mechanism used for access to achieve zero backlash and provide required torque. Most of the parts of manipulator and probe sample containers are designed for manufacturing with a 3D printer. Also, these containers will carry in probes and samples stably during the test.
Our rover's driving system is controlled by STM32 microcontrollers, Hero and Arduino development boards, and our internal connection utilizes CAN bus and UART communications. We use VESC motor drivers to control the brushless motors in the driving system, and Talon Acerix to control brushed motors of the robotic arm. The position information of axes are provided by magnetic encoders. Encoder feedbacks are used to create a PID control, which gives a smart trajectory to the robotic arm and increases the robustness of the driving system. In the robotic arm, with 4+1 degrees of freedom, which we designed for the prop task, we utilized stepper motors and brush motors. While precise stepper motor drivers were used for stepper motors, IBT2 brush motors drivers were favored for brush motors in vertical axis.
Custom PCBs with different functions are designed and used for power distribution, motherboard functionality increase, energy monitoring, and multi-motor drive. The structure for the internal communication system of the Rover is utilized to deliver a robust and convenient user experience. To accomplish that, serial communication is preferred for the internal communication. Ubiquiti M2 bullets with 8 dBi omnidirectional antennas are used to transmit over the 2.4 GHz frequency band for communication between the control station and the rover. The FPV cameras are used for broadcasting the image in the 5.8 GHz band. The components and the cables are placed in line within the plan and immobilized to avoid possible noises and short circuits. To prevent the rover from possible damage, 2 fuses are added to the battery circuit alongside the emergency buttons which are placed to cut the power in any need.
As a software team, we developed our system with using robot operating system. Serial communication is used between microcontrollers and onboard computer. Activity indicator is used for safety concern and inform in a range of 10 meters environment during operations. Activity indicator will be lit at least 5 seconds before any operation. Green light will be lit during teleoperation and red light during autonomous mode. Also, orange light shows that rover is in steady mode. To achieve full autonomy state, machines are designed for separate computation tasks.
In the controls of the robot manipulators, the desired movements can be achieved both in the joint and Cartesian spaces. In order to fulfill the maintenance task, the fiducial markers on the panel are detected and the positions of the objects are estimated according to these markers. Then the end effector is commanded to go to the specified location. In the probing mission, probes that are in the onboard container are grappled with the predefined approach command and easily released via poses recorded at the desired location. A convolutional neural network is used to detect the digits on the panel.
In-drive system odometry is calculated by the extended Kalman filter fed with the LiDAR immersion, wheel odometry, and the feedback from the markers on the Mars yard. Point cloud data gathered from 3D LiDAR is stacked. Stacked point cloud data is used to generate a 2.5D grid map. Finally, grid map is interpreted as a traversability possibility and cost map is generated. As a backup plan, the map of the navigation stack is adjusted. Safest and shortest path is calculated by the navigation stack on the cost map. To overcome possible issues, navigation stack is configured both in simulation and real-world environments.
As a science team, we examine the geological features such as volcanoes, crater formation, ice-lava interactions, tectonic and fluvial activities on Elysium Planitia to come up with our hypothesis, and we review the literature to support it. We utilize JMARS to study possible landing areas for our rover before making our final choice. Also, we prepared ourselves to detect the unexpected objects in the given area.
Artificial intelligence algorithms were used in conjunction with spectrometer to detect the rocks. The percentage similarity rate was obtained with database created by the ITU rover science team, together with the selection of rocks that could support our hypothesis and photographed under different conditions.
We designed a visible spectrometer to identify rock samples which support our hypothesis. We collect data from rock samples as spectrum images and use them with machine learning and image processing. Also, we painted the inside of the spectrometer with Vantablack 3.0 paint to get maximum efficiency.
Hello everyone, we're IIT Mars Rover, Team Obijatrik. The name of our rover is Obijatrik. We're from Islamic University of Technology, which is an educational and research institution in Bangladesh. Our team has highly enthusiastic undergraduate students of different disciplines. For efficient team management, the team members have been divided into different sub-teams. The mechanical sub-team is responsible for designing the components of the rover from the ground. The electrical team designs the whole electrical system of the rover and powers it. They are also responsible for implementing the communication system. The programming and autonomy sub-team is responsible for the software design and automation of the rover. Then comes the documentation team. They manage the report writing, paperwork, and creative aspects of the team. Lastly, there is science and research sub-team. They research science instruments and geoproperties of the elements of Martian terrain. We're a team of passionate and curious students who want to solve problems and explore the unknown. Space exploration motivates us to dedicate ourselves to this field. We believe ERC is the best platform to showcase our engineering excellence and understanding of Mars.
Previous 2 years are not so good for us because due to the pandemic we couldn't be developed. But this time we fought back. Obijatrik 4.0 is a massive upgrade than its previous version. This time our sub-team built a more robust design and efficient electrical system. This time we also implementing our own software with autonomous power.
This year our improved design is more compact, lightweight and modular, which can be assembled and disassembled easily and even fit inside a travel bag.
The high-torque DC motors of the wheels enable the rover to move forward, backward,
steer left and right. The rover is capable of climbing 60-degree slopes. The self-locking mechanism of the wheels prevents it from slipping down slopes when the motors are not energized. An emergency stop button is placed on an accessible part of the rover body, which isolates the batteries, therefore stops the rover.
For the safety of the rover, we have implemented several safety functionalities, including emergency stop circuit, battery protection circuit, and thermal protections. The battery protection circuit deals with under voltage and over voltage protection. The circuit is based on comparator principle. It isolates the battery from the system as soon as the battery voltage goes below the threshold value.
For navigation, we are building an autonomous system for efficient traversaling, mapping, and data analysis.
For SLAM, we are using Intel RealSense D4355 that have features like stereo depth view, real-time positioning, area calculation, and distance measurement. This year, we are planning to use Chimera by MIT Spark for SLAM, which will be run on board in our rover. The SLAM have different features like visual inertial odometry, robust pose graph optimization, multi-frame 3D mesh generator, and semantically annotated 3D meshes. For traversal, we will use RRT star algorithm for path planning and with object avoidance mechanism based on neural network. Our own made software will help us to store data like waypoints, coordinates, marker, images as you want. So we can do further analysis on it using tools like Pandas, Matplotlib, etc. and apply different ML algorithms like XGBoost, Random Forest for more analysis. For unstructured data like images, we will use different neural network like BIT, ResNet, MobileNet. We also have a future plan to use reinforcement learning.
For the navigation task, we have developed the electrical system in such a way that it ensures minimum latency. Modularity and robustness is prioritized while designing the PCBs. Since we are using sensor fusion technology, 32-bit microcontroller is used to get computational advantages. Several tests have been performed to verify the functionality of PCBs.
A 4-way suspension with custom bevel gear differential enables the rover to traverse in extreme rocky terrain. 2-step bevel gears ensure a smooth counter-rotating movement of the rockers to protect the onboard equipment. The rocker is made with hollow steel pipes to ensure uniform rigidity. We have decreased the weight of the wheels by 50% by using our custom hub motors that provide 100 kg torque to each wheel. So, the rover can easily traverse through sandy or rocky terrain and climb steep slopes.
For maintenance, we are ensuring flexibility and robustness of our arm. Our arm can move to XYZ coordinate based on its relative position. Technology like sensor fusion and Kalman filtering will be used for ensuring sensor data accuracy.
We are training a custom model for detection and segmentation with ELO V7 and Detecton 2. Our model will be capable of identifying different custom objects and its state like switch on or off, Ethernet plug-in or not. This custom model training experience helping us to train custom model and algorithm on other tasks as well. In future, we are planning to work on key point extraction and on the neural network backbone architecture. An intelligent marker detection system is developing which can also calculate area, distance from the center, size of the object, pose estimation, etc. We can use this system everywhere we need.
We have built a brand new arm with 5 degrees of freedom to perform the manipulating tasks with precision. We have used a stepper motor with one gear to achieve 360 degrees of rotation of the arm base. The shoulder joint also has a stepper motor one gear mechanism that locks the primary arm in place in case of power cuts. The secondary arm is moved with an 8-inch linear actuator which has a class 1 lever mechanism to lift the wrist along with the payload. We have designed a custom adaptive gripper that can hold both round and square objects like plugs, probes, and metal plates. A servo motor provides the roll movement of the gripper which can be used to adjust the orientation of the object. A 4-inch linear actuator provides the pitch motion which can actuate a switch, insert a plug, and place metal plates on electromagnetic blocks. This enables us to implement an inverse kinematics algorithm for precise arm control.
For collection and probing, real-time object detection, segmentation, and data analysis is very important. So we are building a custom model as we do in the maintenance task.
The presentation task, we have prepared slides introducing our team, organizational and management structures, and the technical aspects of the entire rover. For our public relations efforts, we contacted newspapers and secured coverage in 3 national dailies. We were also active on LinkedIn, Instagram, and Facebook, where we shared numerous ERC and Mars expedition related posts. In addition, we conducted workshops for our internal rover members to impart the lessons learned during each phase of the rover's construction, as well as seminars for students who were really interested in learning.
To perform our collection task, we went for the deep sample collection technique. This has been achieved by using a vertical screw conveyor mechanism, which incorporates a customized auger capable of collecting soil samples from up to 30 centimeters below the Martian soil surface. The collected soil can be stored in an onboard container equipped with a load cell to accurately measure the sample's weight.
This year, we have introduced a dedicated team full of engineers and research enthusiasts to conduct the science-driven exploration in the Martian. Our primary science team is comprised of two sub-teams. One team focuses on gathering detailed information about the geology of the Martian, and the other team has been tasked with collecting visual content to explore interesting objects and geological activities. The first team has been utilizing available resources like JMERS, Google Mars to perform an extensive analysis of the geological properties of the Martian. Through this information, we have successfully pinpointed an appropriate landing site and a pathway along which the traversal will be suitable. Not only this, we have also used this data to support our proposed hypothesis about the Martian geology.
Our goal is to improve our rover and broaden our study of the Red Planet. IT Mars rover team Obijatrik is excited to take part in ERC22 and meet other space enthusiasts that share our interests.
We are the Kayanar Rover team, a part of the Students' Robotics Association Kayanar, which operates at the Faculty of Power and Aeronautical Engineering at Warsaw University of Technology. Our organization consists of multiple teams working on their projects, taking part in international competitions and conferences. The biggest and the most advanced project is the Mars Rover, HAL 062. It's been designed and constructed by a group of over 15 people. The project's leader is Marcel Zawadzki. He oversees the workflow of 5 project departments: science, mechanical, electronic, as well as autonomy and software design. The coordinator of science department is Karolina Olszewska. She is responsible for laboratory work related to environmental and soil testing. The mechanical department is led by Piotr Pietrzak. Using professional software and tools, his group designed and created all mechanical parts of the rover. The coordinator of electronic department is Tomasz Indeka. He directed the development of all custom circuit boards fitted in the rover and in the control panel. The autonomy department, alongside their leader Marcel Zawadzki, designed and created the software responsible for rover's autonomous movement. Jacek Prokopczuk coordinates the software design department, responsible for systems controlling all elements of the rover. With the proper suspension and our innovative wheel design, we will surely have no problems traversing any demanding terrain. In order to provide safety of operation, mobile platform is fitted with emergency stop button. The rover will also stop after losing connection. 5 GHz Wi-Fi provides communication between robot and the operator. Our new vision system consists of digital cameras as well as analog ones. Thanks to this upgrade, we achieved high redundancy of the system. Analog cameras provide low latency stream, while the digital ones give us high resolution stream sent over Wi-Fi. For our operators' convenience, we designed specialized control panel to allow to precise steering of each of the rover's modules. In the most tasks, we utilize a 6 degree of freedom manipulator. Thanks to implementation of inverse kinematics, the operator can intuitively perform desired movements. The gripper allows the rover to grab and manipulate various objects weighing up to 6 kilograms. A secondary gripper of our own design provides the manipulator with the ability to extract a soil sample and store it in the laboratory module when can be analyzed on site. Using the autonomy algorithms, IMU, and depth camera, our rover can navigate through complex terrain to complete desired tasks. Being part of a European Rover Challenge enables us to improve our skills as engineers, which are further broadened thanks to the interdisciplinary nature of our project. We are certain that owing to the high regard of the competition, we will stand out of the crowd as potential employees. Our successful performance during the event may also positively impact the attractiveness of our organization, encouraging new students to join KNR. We cannot wait to see you at ERC.
Grüße from Germany. My name is Jonas, and together with Arno and Benjamin, we represent the project lead for the Rover team of our university group, Star Dresden. In this video, we would like to present you our new Rover Merope and the team behind it. After participating for the first time at ERC 2021, our Rover team grew to a size of around 30 star members from Technische Universität Dresden. We are all eager to participate again at ERC 2022. Developing a rover is an ideal project for us as students, as it gives us insights into a technological project with all kinds of challenges and management necessities. After we were able to reach 5th place in last year's competition, we want to build on the experiences and lessons learned from our old rover Electra and innovate with new ideas from our new team members.
Our engineering team consists partly of members from the Electra project, but to a large extent new faces of Star Dresden. To assure that every part of the project is accounted for, we utilized a matrix structure, sorting the members into subsystem responsibilities and teams for mechanics, electronics and software. This way, anyone can see the specialization and subsystem affiliation of each member. During the scientific task, Merope will try to find and explore lava tubes around a Martian volcano to evaluate which one could potentially house humans for further manned missions. A suitable lava tube will provide future astronauts and settlers of Mars a place to build habitats that are safe from radiation and dust storms, without the need of expensive and time-consuming construction work. These tubes could be the very first stepping stone for humans on Mars. Together, Niels and Lucas are working on the scientific mission of Merope. To gather the required data for the scientific task and accomplish the other assignments of the ERC, we designed our new rover Merope from the ground up and with last year's lessons learned in mind. Here's a short overview for the subsystems and the associated team members. The main body contains the core of the rover structure. Most of its electronics are located inside this subsystem. Responsible for the main body are Arno, Thaddeus, Karl and Julius, while inner electronics were jointly developed by our internal electronics team. Contrary to Electra's main body, this year we opted for a more rigid metal design for the primary structure and optimized the force flow introduced by the arm by positioning it directly over the BEMA interface. A hole grid in the bottom plate allows for optimal modularity and even future changes to inner components and their orientation. BEMA, or Boogie Electromechanical Assembly, is the subsystem responsible for the locomotion of the rover. The drive and steering motors, as well as wheels and the suspension system, are part of the BEMA. Design and manufacturing were done by Rico, Gregor, Konstantin and David. Utilizing a vertical hollow shaft enabled us to fix the relative position of the steering and driving motors. This allows for infinite turning of the steering, which enables us to easily implement holonomic drive kinematics. After encountering severe vibration buildups on Electra during the on-site mission in 2021, we invested some mass budget and design efforts into a suspended boogie system with springs, dampeners and updated 3D printed flexible wheels. In combination, they enable a Merope to traverse challenging terrain calm and precisely. For executing the given manual task with sufficient precision, the robotic arm of Merope has 6 degrees of freedom and was constructed by Elias, Niels, Felix, Ivan, Johann, Romy and Justus. Clever mechanisms in the different joints allow for optimized motor positioning, resulting in a minimization of the required torque and total mass. For example, joint 3 and 4 utilize a steel wire-driven pulley system with low backlash, whereas 5 and 6 are combined into one differentially driven hinge. For us, field testing these applications of different technologies is an important part of this year's robotic arm design. On top of that, the arm takes advantage of our tool-changing system to switch between different attachments specialized for each task of the ERC. To navigate the Mars yacht and visually inspect its features, Merope has a total of 9 cameras, 4 of which are time-of-flight cameras for 3D scanning the rover's close surroundings. They provide accurate, high-resolution terrain data, which is crucial for our localization and navigation algorithms. 2 cameras with fisheye lenses, as well as a gimbaled camera with motorized zoom, allow for optimal observation and research capabilities. Hardware and software are still being developed and refined by our Navi subsystem members Benjamin, Jonas, Ellie, Martin and Robin. Maybe the most crucial requirement for a successful mission is a stable communication link between the rover subsystems as well as between the rover and the ground station. The task of acquiring hardware and implementing communication schemes was accomplished by 2 of our Alexes and Tobias. State-of-the-art Wi-Fi 6 access points and gigabit Ethernet hardware allow for resilient, low-latency connection with high bandwidths, while the use of remote procedure calls ensures independent communication with the different subsystems.
We are Sapienza Technology Team. We come from Rome, Italy, and our team is composed of students from Sapienza University of Rome. After 3 years of developing small rover prototypes, we decided to test our skills with a more complex project, ERA, and face our greatest challenge yet.
We then decided to participate in this edition of the European Rover Challenge, to apply in a practical project the knowledge acquired during our studies and learn new skills along the way. Our team is branched into 3 main divisions: hardware, software and electronics. Every division is composed of different subsystems, and each one focuses on a different area of development.
The hardware division develops everything that is related to the physical realization of the rover. Our division creates the main structure, based on all the requirements provided by the other subsystems. We use a rocker bogie suspension system, firstly designed in a CAD environment and then improved using a dynamic simulator, getting as a result a stable platform for the robotic arm, capable of overcoming high obstacles. At the same time, we choose an airless tire design in order to reduce vibration and simplify the navigation through difficult terrain.
The software division develops the algorithms for manual and autonomous navigation using a visual odometry system and the control system for the robotic arm, which involves manual control, autonomous operations, and trajectory generation. Our solutions are first tested in a simulated environment, using the components provided by the hardware division, and only after they are tuned and finally used on the physical rover.
The electronics division is responsible for designing and making our custom mainboard, which powers the entire rover and reads all the sensors, and choosing the right components for each subsystem. It is also in charge of developing the embedded firmware thus connecting hardware and software.
The area of Mars we selected has some interesting properties. In fact, here different terrains and deposits from different geological ages meet. In our mission, we are going to sample and analyze terrain from this area. By analyzing the interactions between water and lava in the past, it's possible to potentially find some traces of the development of life.
Hi, I am Darina Butiekivska, leader of the Sirius program. We are members of Student Space Association at Warsaw University of Technology. Our association is based at the Faculty of Power and Aeronautical Engineering, where we have two rooms, one for meetings, programming and planning, while the other one for performing manual works. With the usage of such applications like SolidWorks, ANSYS Mechanical, GitLab and many others, we are designing our rovers since 2009. Currently, we are developing the Sirius second rover. It is a part of Sirius project in which we are planning to create rovers that will have similar sizes and high degree of interchangeability of the parts. When we were designing the first iteration of Sirius rover, we have decided that it should suit most of the challenges and events, which is why its mass aims below 50 kilograms and has not more than 0.8 meters in any of the dimensions. The most important system of the second iteration of the Sirius rover is the new suspension. Application of the copper beryllium and complex geometry optimized with finite element method analysis allowed us to create suspension that is effective yet has no kinematic pairs. Optimization of geometry ensured merely 8 kilograms of weight despite used materials. The material ensures high tensile strength combined with appropriate elasticity. It allows us to join wheels with the mobile platform, successfully attenuate the vibrations, and absorb shocks. 4 in-wheel BLDC motors not only ensure motion of the rover, but also help to lower the center of mass and improve the stability of the structure. The new design of the mobile platform ensures the robustness and low mass of the rover. Key electronic components, including onboard computer and lithium-ion batteries, are mounted inside the platform. Division into 3 sections of the components. Transparent materials ensure permanent control over electronic components that are placed inside.
The main features of the robotic arm are precisely controlled movements, achieved with the implementation of absolute and incremental encoders. The use of simulations shall give the team an opportunity to finalize and implement the inverse kinematics solution. The maximum height reached by the arm is approximately 1.5 meters, while the maximum weight of the lifted object is 5 kilograms. At the same time, Rover is capable of pulling the masses over 60 kilograms with nominal speed, whilst weighing 13 kilograms by itself. Safety and reliability are the key features that guide the communication. Our team is highly flexible in the usage of different communication channels. At any time, it is possible to switch from 2.4 GHz to 5 GHz frequency band and in reverse. The communication systems have been tested in the field and industrial regions. By placing the antennas on a different height, we can still control the rover from 100 meters on flat terrain and at least 50 meters whilst being hidden behind buildings. The 7 kg science module consists of a spectroscope and a module used for probing and investigating the substrate for the existence of life. Usage of 4 chemical reagents enables detection of extinct and extant life. A drill shall allow us to safely gather the ground probes, which will be stored and analyzed in an onboard wet laboratory for the presence of calcium carbonate, proteins, ammonium cations, and phosphorus. High safety and leak resistance of the system are ensured and have been tested multiple times. As mentioned, module is capable of performing onboard analysis with the help of a live view camera, but it is also able to transport extracted samples and can be equipped with sealable containers. To facilitate the operation and make the control of the rover user-friendly, the interface systems have been developed. One of them allows the manipulation of the movement of the rover and its systems, like the manipulator or the science module. The second one provides real-time visual information from the rover's cameras. The autonomous movement of the rover searches for the shortest path and recognizes the artifacts with the usage of ROS, the Robot Operating System.
The Space Concordia Robotics Division is a multidisciplinary group of undergraduate and graduate students from Concordia University in Montreal, Canada. Within our team, we have sub-teams that handle different responsibilities for each aspect of the project. The following image shows our team structure. In addition, we are participating in the European Rover Challenge because we believe there's valuable experience and knowledge to gain within each respective sub-team. Competing with others puts the team in an environment that forces us to ensure our systems meet requirements and are reliable enough to complete the tasks within the scope of the competition. The rover uses a custom-made power distribution system that interfaces with the batteries and distributes power to the rest of the system. It has firmware that actively monitors and can cut power to components with irregular behavior. The rover is also coupled with high-level operator software that displays electrical status for each motor and overall system. with a soft emergency stop for cutting power to motors and other electrical components. Within this high-level software, there are video feeds and sensor feedback to assist the operators. This allows for manual control of the rover, either with PlayStation 4 controllers or keyboard controls. A big aspect of the safety system is the inclusion of a physical hard emergency stop that instantly cuts power to the rover in its entirety. The electrical system of the rover is designed to safely deliver power to actuators and obtain sensor values, and consists of the batteries, 2 PDS power distribution system devices, the main board, motor drivers, and the arm sensors.
The rover's triple bogey suspension has proven effective in the past, and has been enhanced this year with CNC machined links to increase its stability. The mobile platform's height has also been further reduced to lower the center of gravity of the rover, increasing its stability over steep terrain. The manipulator has 5 degrees of freedom with compliant digits that allow it to grip around objects, improving its grip strength without causing damage or marring the items. The arm has also undergone a complete redesign, with new gearboxes and arm pivots that were designed to reduce backlash and improve maintenance. The new arm is also considerably more modular, allowing us to change out the gearboxes under a minute if needed, and allowing for more devices to be added, such as our absolute encoders, the DLP Near Scan Nano, or our upcoming LIBS fiber mount. The arm is also optimized to reduce weight with topologically optimized plates, and better use of material netting a 1.2 kg reduction in weight. The absolute encoders allowed us to implement inverse kinematics, which considerably improved the dexterity of our arm and allows us to perform complicated manipulation of equipment. This is in addition to our more powerful motors, which allow the arm to move faster while lifting the same load.
The rover makes use of an Oster 3D LiDAR and Z2 depth sensing camera in order to map terrain and localize itself within its environment. Water cooling was also added to the LiDAR base to improve thermals, increasing its accuracy. The rover is also coupled with AR tag detection for helping operators and our autonomous navigation system navigate the competition grounds.
To test the hypothesis, Beep will navigate the Mars yard with a webcam, allowing the team to monitor the site for interesting geological features. During this process, the images are compared to the created Excel database of physical and chemical characteristics of various known rock and mineral samples for identification. In addition, Beep will measure the levels of nitrogen and phosphorus in soil with the NPK test and will analyze the water content of the rocks with the near-infrared spectrometer mounted on the arm of the rover. The level of acidity and alkalinity of the soil will get determined with a pH probe. The consistency of these results will lead to an evaluation of the hypothesis.
We are Team Interplanetary, an undergraduate student team from Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology, presenting the latest iteration of our rover, Renaissance, for European Rover Challenge 2022. Our team is divided into 4 sub-teams: mechanical, electronics, software, and science planning. Our team lead is Khondokar Shihabul Haq, who oversees and guides our team and is responsible for collaboration among all the sub-teams. Each sub-team leader is also shown here. Nafis is responsible for mechanical design and assembly of the rover. Samir designs the circuit boards and any other electrical components. I am Saleh. I manage the software and based tasks as well as the user interface of the rover. And Fahad is in charge of science planning and related soil collection and probing tasks. Participating in this competition will promote teamwork and collaboration among the students. We will acquire hands-on experience on designing and implementing a complex electromechanical system. We will get to know the hazards faced while implementing such a project and avoid them accordingly. We will gather experience of formal report writing and documentation techniques and getting feedback from international judges. By participating, we will promote constructive competition between different international universities from all over the world. We are also honored to represent our country and university in an international setting.
This year we made a completely new rover from scratch. The chassis body has been redesigned completely, which allows better housing for electrical component and science payloads. We used a rocker bogie suspension with bar differential. The bar differential keeps the rover body balanced at an average angle between the two rocker suspension. This minimizes the jerking of the body and protects the electrical component inside. Our rover easily traverses over extreme rocky terrain, climbs steep slopes, withstands vertical drops and drive over sand dunes.
We are using a 4-wheel instead of a 6-wheel configuration in order to reduce weight. A planetary gear DC motor has been housed inside the wheel to protect it while traversing over extreme terrain. The tires have large treads in order to get better traction while traversing.
We use 12 mm tube and 2 mm MS sheet for our rover body. All the parts are made with laser cut and electric welding. For the design, we get enough space for our electric part, especially the body is fully detachable from suspension, wheel and science tool.
Our arm has 6 degrees of freedom. We have used a DC motor and an cyclic gear system to attain a 360-degree base rotation and have used linear actuators for shoulder joint.
Using the combination of two 100mm and 200mm stroke linear actuators, the arm will be able to reach ground and 900mm from the ground to perform the required rear seat tasks. The arm of previous version of Renaissance used to vibrate a lot while running over tough terrain, so this time around we redesigned the arm to make it lightweight, and the base plate is supported by ball casters, which stabilizes the whole setup.
We have developed a completely new end effector based on the tasks of ERC and the experience that we have gathered from previous year's competitions. With our new 2-claw linear gripper system, we have maximized the uses of space by using a left hand and a right hand lead screw motors which drive the claws. By achieving proper gripping force, our end effector can turn a knob, flip a switch, put a plug in a socket and measure the voltage, take probes from one place to another place, and place electromagnetic plates in proper places.
We have set up a 2.4 GHz communication link between the base station and the rover using 2 rocket M2s. The base station uses a 15 dBi 120 degree sector antenna, whereas an omnidirectional 13 dBi antenna is mounted on the rover. This ensures non-line of sight communication over a distance of 1 km from the base station. Our rover utilizes a real-sense depth camera for obstacle avoidance and air tag detection for the navigation task. A Jetson Xavier NX is used as the rover's onboard computer. It processes the 3D point cloud data and odometry information from the camera's IMU and generates a 3D map of the surrounding environment. From this, a 2D map is generated where the obstacles are marked in black. Path planning algorithm uses this map to set the suitable path and avoids obstacles. The entire process is visualized in RVs.
We have implemented a ROS-connected custom user interface that integrates all the manual functionalities of rover operation for efficient handling of tasks. Our rover operators can easily control the rover's movement using various buttons on the user interface as well as the keyboard. Also, ROS integration allows sensor information and camera feed to be streamed back to the operator for situational awareness.
Electrical system of our rover is divided into 4 separate boards. For powering the rover, we are using lithium polymer batteries, and our power module has 2 separate power rails, 24 volt and 12 volts for powering the rover.
Also, power consumption of the rover is always monitored. For the wheel control board, we are using high current HVDC motor drivers along with an Arduino to control it over ROS serial. We have redesigned our arm control board to take advantage of the full 6 degrees of freedom. Of the arm is newly done to ensure free movement. Our science control board is using stepper driver and servo driver for driving the scooper mechanism. Also, for analyzing the sample, we are using Wheatstone Bridge load cell and an HD camera. Safety of the crews and the rover is our first priority, so we have implemented overcurrent protection and an industry standard kill switch to isolate batteries in case of an emergency.
For science planning, we have to study on plausible geological features of Mars terrain. We also analyze different relative age of the aeolian features, and for scientific exploration, we studied on different types of rock. For the additional science task, we used Google Earth Pro to detect suitable landing site and the place of interest within Utopia Planitia and Elysium region. For collection task, we have implemented scooper mechanism. The scooper is attached with a platform which gain vertical motion from two different 300 mm and 100 mm linear actuator. We used a servo motor to rotate the scooper from 0 to 270 degree. After raising up to a certain height, the soil load is dropped off into the container. We designed 3 different containers on a rotating disc to collect soil from 3 different locations. We will use HX711 load sensor to measure the weight of the soil. For probing task, we have designed an effective probe container to hold and carry the probe efficiently. We will conduct the probing task using the rover arm.
We are conducting our branding and outreach programs in our social media pages and conducting various educational and technical sessions, both online and offline. Wish us luck and see you in ERC.
Here you are close to big business, both Polish and international. Contacts with various industries are within your grasp. Nearby, professional research laboratories are growing. Here, science supports development of the newest technologies. Well-educated specialists are easily available. All that in one region. Come and invest here. Świętokrzyskie, close by.
Welcome back after the break at the European Rover Challenge 2022. Let's start the second part of the third, so the last day of this biggest robotics and space event in Europe, dedicated to the world of business and science, space, but also to the general public. It's my pleasure to welcome the next speaker of our event, Remco Timmermans, who you know very well from the Mars Yard Connections, from Space Site, who will present an overview of space-related advertising and the most interesting communication campaigns from the space sector. Remco, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Milena. Let me start by saying that boring titles do not attract the attention. So I'm going to talk about space-related advertising and the most interesting communication campaigns from the space sector. Or I'm going to talk about the power of selfies. So let's get started. Who am I? I'm a social media specialist for space. Now, what does that mean? People have different ideas of what it is that I'm doing. I travel around the world and people have all these different views of what a space communicator, someone who works in media in space, really does. Do I go to rocket launches all the time? Not all the time. Sometimes. Do I jet set around the world like it's very glamorous? Maybe. Sometimes I do, but as we all know, travel in 2022 is not so glamorous anymore. Am I an astronaut? Hey, you work in space, you must be an astronaut. Not really. I hang out with space characters. The space world is very small, so I hang out with the same people, the same very cool people a lot. But what I think I do is telling stories about space that make people realize how cool space is, that make space companies sell products, tell the world about their products and the services, and tell the real story of what space is nowadays. And what that really looks like is what you see at the bottom. I sit on my desk behind my computer most of the day, just like many of us, most of us, I guess. Now, this is a classic meme that people use, and this is a great way of telling the story of what I do. And that's what we're going to talk about. Because the space world consists of many very, very smart people with very, very good ideas who build amazing products. We see it here at the ERC. The student teams who are able to build rovers that are as good as the ones that we see on Mars almost. They build Curiosity and Perseverance rovers here for the competition all the time. Some fail, but most work really, really brilliantly. And we see great ideas, great engineers and great scientists building great products. That is what the space industry consists of for a very large part. But what people maybe don't realize as much in space or in tech as in some other industries is that the world needs to know about these products and these services and these brilliant people who are doing brilliant things. Because your customer is out there. And it's sort of a Where's Wally, if you like, to find that customer. And one of the things that space startup entrepreneurs are struggling with a lot is find that launch customer, as we call it. And that's not a space term, it just means finding that first customer that's going to help them generate the revenue that they need to sustain their business into the future. So where's Wally? Wally is here somewhere, but how do you find him? And that is the world of marketing and communications. Marketing literally means finding your market, finding that Wally in that big crowd of 8 billion people on this planet who will invest in your product, in your company, and who will help you build the success that you envision. And that is where marketeers and communicators come in. Now, how does it work, marketing and communication in space? It really works in a very, very old way. It works in a way that people have inspired others and told the stories of themselves, of their products, of what they're doing since the very beginning. It's a technique called storytelling. And this is the classic beginning of a story. Once upon a time, something happened, and then people started listening. People like listening to stories. And what I'm going to do is show you a few examples of what that means specifically in a space context. A story consists of a certain pattern, and that pattern is also often referred to in communication as the hero's journey. And the word journey is critical here. The hero has a starting point, goes through a journey to achieve some sort of a result. And this is a great example, because there are organizations in space who are really good at storytelling. And we all know one of the biggest storytelling companies, not just in space, but in fact in the world, is called NASA. There is a reason why the European Space Agency is often referred to as the NASA of Europe, because that is because NASA is very good at telling their story. Now, this is a really good example of how NASA does that and how NASA visualizes that story of the hero being us here on Earth, stuck on a very little planet, wanting to go out to the universe, and how we're going to get there, how we're going to use the International Space Station, low Earth orbit, the moon, and all these intermediate stages to get to our goal for the next few decades, which is Mars. And we've talked about all these steps during the ERC here. This is a hero's journey in space, if you like, a classic form of storytelling of how you inspire the world of what you're doing, in this case, as a National Space Agency. We are lucky in space that we have some of the most inspiring photography images available. Satellites, space telescopes, what have you, to show us amazing images of what's going on in the world beyond. Earth observation provides us brilliant images of what our planet looks like from close by and from much further away. And simultaneously, if you flip those satellites, they take amazing images of what's going on in space. We're all inspired by what the James Webb Space Telescope is showing us. And that's fantastic. We in the space industry have access to that pool of amazing imagery. But there's something missing here, because this is a very inspiring image, but it's not really a story in and by itself. This is a vision of what our planet looks like, but it becomes much more interesting if we add an element. And actually I cheated in this picture because I removed an element. And if we put it back, now we have a story. This is a story. And why is this a story and the other one is not? You probably see the difference. The difference is the human perspective. This is a person. We all know in the industry this is Bruce McCandless testing out this very small vehicle that allows him to float through space out of the space shuttle where this picture was taken from without a tether. But it gives us the human perspective of this whole thing. This is the original photo. In the last one, I just removed him to show that this is beautiful, but this is a story. And I'm going to show you a few examples of how other organizations, some of which we've seen here on stage at the ERC, are using that principle to tell the story of space, but tell it in the perspective of the hero's journey. And the hero is almost, and I'll have some examples of the opposite as well, but almost always a person, because a person is someone we relate to. And if we move forward into my presentation a little bit, people do business with people. People do not business with companies. People do business with people from companies. And that's how we as humans work, and that's what we as communicators use in the way we tell these stories and we talk about our products. So let's take an example of two photos. The Austrian Space Forum, we had their president, Gernot Krömer, on stage here 2 days ago. And one thing that the Austrian Space Forum understands very well in their analog missions is that they need to use imagery, to use images. We all know a picture says more than 1,000 words, and they understand that really well. So one of the team members in the Austrian Space Forum analog missions is always a professional photographer. And you see that in the quality of their pictures. But there is a difference between these two pictures. The quality of the pictures is brilliant. It's a professional photographer taking them, high resolution. But one picture relates much more to us than the other, and that is the presence of humans. We see that in pictures of the ERC. How do you tell the story of the European Rover Challenge on social media, on the website? It's not by showing pictures of rovers. Yes, the rovers are center stage here in the competition. You can only win if you have the best rover. But that's not really true. You can only win if you have the best people who build and manage the rover. And that's what you see in the picture here. The picture on the left is a great picture of a rover. It's a very ingenious machine that was built by students, but the picture on the right tells a story. And that's how you sell the European Rover Challenge. This is last year people trying to prevent the rover from falling into a ditch or falling off that hill. And that is a story. Because one of the elements, interestingly, in storytelling in the hero's journey that interests us and that captures our imagination is if something goes wrong, if there's a challenge that the hero needs to overcome and where he needs help from others to overcome those challenges. And this is typically one of those stories. This is a classic, and this is a story in a picture that inspired the entire world. When Apollo 8 for the first time orbited the moon and basically came back towards Earth on the other side of the moon, they saw this. And as they now say, Apollo 8 went to discover the moon, but they really discovered Earth. And this picture, Earthrise, became a classic, because in this picture, although you don't see them, but we all know it, there are people. And that's why this picture is so emotional, and why this picture works to tell the story and the relevance of space. This is my personal favorite STEM picture ever. This, for me, tells the story in a very emotional way of space and how Gernot used it in his story about the future of space exploration and how we should deal with the future. It's a human story. There are no rockets or satellites or even planets or a black background in this picture. It's simply an image of two people, but it tells the story of what spaceflight, what the essence of spaceflight really is. And that's why this picture works so well in their STEM campaigns, in their outreach campaigns, because people see themselves here. And now learning from Gernot that this is actually a father and daughter, to me makes it even stronger and makes it even more powerful to tell the story of space to, in this case, the public, the general public. But there's many missions out there. And in space, we are a lot about technology and maybe not so much about human spaceflight. In the intermezzos, we talked to quite a few people who are involved in robotic space exploration. And there are many proponents who are saying, why should we send humans to space in the first place? And fair enough, for certain missions, that is probably a very good decision. But how can you interest people in space missions that do not necessarily involve people? Well, there are several ways to do that, because as we will hopefully see in the panel after this, but at least in the essence of my talk right now, is that the human element should always be there. NASA did something very smart when they started to talk about the Curiosity mission to Mars, which obviously is a rover, but how to catch the public's attention for this mission. And what they did very smartly is they gave it a personality. Of course, it's fake. Robots don't have a personality, at least not yet. AI and human and machine learning are not that far. Curiosity is not a person. It doesn't have a personality. But in its communication on social media, Curiosity talks from the first person's perspective, like it is a person. And it tells the story of its mission from the first person's perspective. And that makes it very successful. There's millions of people who follow it now because they recognize it as something that is human-like. An example from Europe, ESA did the same. The Rosetta mission, again, it is a big box of a satellite with large solar panels taking the Philae lander to a comet far, far, far away, millions of kilometers away in the coldness of space. How do you tell that story in such a way that people connect to it? Nobody connects to a big black box millions of kilometers out in space. So again, they gave it a personality. They hired very creative communications professionals who turned it into a comic strip. And the comic, as you can see, literally gave the satellite and its lander a face. And they told the story from the perspective of these two human-like objects, whatever you want to call them, but they gave them a personality. And by giving it a personality, people connect to it and people become interested in it. So this is a classic picture by Simon Sinek on how people connect to the story of a company. This is not necessarily space. This is in general in marketing. It's used a lot. People are not so much interested in the products that you sell, in the what you do as a company. People are not so much interested even in the how you do this. What is your unique selling point? No, people are interested in the why. What is your company story and what is your founder story? What is the personal story behind your organization? Why does your company exist? What is it that you want in life as an organization? So if you ask engineers who work on these projects to tell the story about a particular feature, in this case, the Galileo SAR search and rescue return link that was installed a few years ago on the Galileo satellites. Well, if you ask an engineer to do it, they come up with a story full of acronyms. You have the EU, MEOLUTS, the ELT, the EPIRB, the PLB, the RLMR. You can read them. I have no clue what that means. So what if you ask a non-engineer? What if you ask the users to tell that story? Well, then you come up with something like this. This is exactly the same story, told through the perspective of the user of this return link. This was a campaign that Galileo, the European Commission, set up with a few influencers, social media influencers. Tara Foster, maybe you know her from Australia. I was involved, a few social media influencers were involved, and we made this story of someone stuck in a life raft at sea being rescued because of the return signal by Galileo, and turning it into a very human, very spectacular story. There are other ways, and again, NASA is an example of how you can involve storytellers, your fans, your ambassadors, into telling your story. Because we believe our friends and people we know in what they tell, rather than that corporate spokesperson telling the story. So check out NASA Social. It was my way to get involved in the space community by actually being in this picture with the last space shuttle mission, STS-135, behind us in 2011. It's an amazing story, and if you use the people who are actually, who feel the emotions literally by being there and let them tell the story to their friends, you really have an impact. ESO did the same with their Meet ESO campaign, where they brought a bunch of social media influencers to Paranal in this case, to see the antennas, to take them around, to see the skies, and to tell the story from their perspective. A very powerful way, again, of telling stories from a human point of view. Now, very quickly, a few last slides, but what is the role of traditional media? And we'll be talking about that in the panel in a few minutes. Well, the role of the traditional media, television, radio, newspapers, is still there. There's lots of people who use those media, but digital media is really taking over much of the role of the traditional media. Different ways of telling the stories through your influencers, through your ambassadors, on a much more personal, in a much more personal way on social media. And the turning point in this case in the UK was in 2018, according to this particular study, where the people now spend more time taking in information through digital media than through traditional media. And maybe I shouldn't show this, but this is just an overview of what are these channels, and these channels change a lot. These social media channels, which are the most popular ones? We can see that Facebook is still by far the most popular social medium, and that there's a whole slew of other ones that we can use. But in social media, it's not so much about the media, it's much more about the way we interact with people. And with that, that's my last slide. So thank you very much for your attention. We'll talk more about this in the panel that is coming up now. Please connect with me on Twitter, on LinkedIn, on any other social media to continue this discussion. And with that, I would like to hand it over to, back to you to introduce the next session, then, I guess.
Thank you, Remco, for sharing your experience and for sharing your insights about the most interesting communication campaigns from the space sector, and things that we actually, those of us who are space enthusiasts, actually experience every day. It's nice to see it from your very experienced perspective. It was a great introduction to the debate that we will share our thoughts about the most interesting how to talk about space, and the debate that will be also moderated by Remco Timmermans and by Artemis Westerberg from Explore Mars Europe, that we invite here on stage, and Łukasz Wilczyński from Space Communications Alliance, and two online guests that we already can see on the screen. Fiammetta Diani from European Union Agency for a Space Program, and Nii Shaw, who is a space communicator. So, hello.
Hi. Hello.
Hello. Okay. So, that was a nice introduction for our talk, because the talk is very important. We don't only talk about rovers here, the space, but right now we'll be talking about space. So this is very important. So Remco, I will start with the first question, because you pointed out this Simon Sinek's graph, start with Y, And that's my first question. Why we need to talk about space?
I think that's an amazing question, and I think that is a very essential question. And I kind of alluded to that in my presentation. Why do we need to talk about space? Because the assumption that space is awesome enough to tell its story itself has proven to be false. Yes, we think in our little space bubble here, we think that space is cool and awesome, and we think that everybody will be intrinsically interested in everything that we do, but that's not true. There is a reason why we need to tell these stories, to sell our products, to sell our services, but most of all to sell the benefits of what we do in this industry.
Let's jump into our online participants. Maybe Fiammetta with a few words for that.
Yes, yes, indeed. I think it's the most important thing is to communicate. I hear an echo. It's a bit difficult, but okay, I will try. Okay, so first of all, because space is wider than the science fiction or the part that everybody knows, is all about our daily life, and many people doesn't know. So we need to communicate this. And for example, if you take the EU budget, we now invest a lot of money in space, like 15 billions of the EU budget. I think that our citizens has the right to know and to understand their benefits.
Demis?
Because space is relevant, but you have to show them where that relevancy is for each and every person or each and every group. And so for 6 years old, that relevance might be a different message than for pensioners or for multinationals or startups. You have to show the relevance. That's your story. Why is space, and why should you be interested? Because it's relevant to your life or your business.
Thank you. And going back to Neve.
Yeah, like we all care, right? So we're kind of in a bubble. And so it's very difficult to think about people who are outside the bubble, why it's relevant to them. And it's an answer that's unique to each audience. And it's our responsibility as communicators to find out why space is relevant to them and then find a reason that matches what they're interested in. So, we are a species that exist on this planet. So we have a responsibility, and there are many different applications to living on this planet. One is to survive on it and to kind of pass it down to next generations in a better condition than what it is now. And then also the ever-growing business of space, making sure that having as many citizens of this planet as possible understand what's happening so they can participate in it, but they can also have a say in the future direction of what we want to do about space. So space is important immediately to all of us in the bubble, and outside of the bubble, it's more difficult, but I think it's even more important.
I guess that brings us to in a kind of a natural way, so thank you, Neve, to the next question, because you say it is difficult outside the bubble, there is an audience outside the bubble, but who are these people? Who needs to know about space? And let me start with you, Neve, if that's okay, because you kind of alluded to that already.
Who needs to know about space? Well, it's an interesting way you put the question. A lot of people who are outside the space bubble don't care about space because they don't understand how it relates to their day-to-day life. So Artemis just alluded to it there. We've got our mobile phones, we've got our satellite communications, but also we've Earth observation helping us to protect our planet. So who needs to know? Well, I think it's more about how do we present space in a way that feels part of their everyday life. So in the same way that, I know, different forms of popular culture are easily digested by, a mass population, we have to find a way of making space relevant to everyday life. So it doesn't become like this thing that's separate from our existence or from our day-to-day life. How do we integrate the topic of space into the way we communicate on a large scale? And that's a difficult thing because everybody's different. But I think the more people feel comfortable about having a conversation around space, so that means you've got to break down, like what you were saying, Remco, but all these, all these acronyms that we have in space, that we have to find a language that makes sense to people outside the space bubble. And then we have a chance to begin a long-term interaction and involvement on a daily basis from society, on a general scale.
Okay, thank you. That's a really good answer, and we'll come back to some of those aspects that you mentioned a little bit later on. But Fiammetta, let me ask you the same question, because you seem to be having a very difficult task. As USPA, you're responsible for Galileo and Copernicus and EGNOS. Those concepts are paid for by the European taxpayers, yet they are not very relevant at all, at least on the surface, how people perceive it, to the daily lives of the European citizens. How do you convince them that the investments, the massive investments that we do in these projects, are good for European citizens?
Yes, thanks for the question, because indeed this is very interesting. For example, let me tell a story. So we started to communicate EGNOS. EGNOS is our augmentation system in Europe, and already from the name doesn't communicate anything. No, it's an acronym. So it's the last acronym. Then we have names. And we decided that EGNOS need to communicate it not only to the civil aviation, to these aircraft guys that are using their language very specific, but also to the rest of the citizens. And we decided to put the users at the center. So in this case, the farmers. EGNOS can be used by the farmers. It's now actually used, and is democratizing precision farming in Europe. And so we put the farmers at the center. We went and we spoke their language. And I think it was a success. Now it's the preferred technology of precision agriculture in Europe. So, and it's not easy. Now we are trying to do it the same also with Copernicus, for example. And we continue on this way. We don't only talk to the final users, but also, for example, to the innovation community. We need more entrepreneurs, startups that enlarge the Space Club. And this is another important target that the whom that we are addressing now.
Okay, thank you. Artemis, who do you think we need to tell the story of space to?
Everyone. And so for the last more than 20 years, I made sure that if there is space news, and I don't care what it is, that it's part of the national news, at least the news in my area, and that's actually quite a big area in the west of the Netherlands. So if you have the weather and the political news, or I don't know, a strike in the trains, if there is a launch that didn't go through or did go through, it's supposed to be in that news. And by making it relevant and making it exciting and bringing it to the masses and trying to talk in a way that, we're not talking about 100 million kilometers to Mars. I mean, what's 100 million kilometers? Nobody can imagine what that is. So try to talk in a way that it becomes imaginable to the normal citizens of my region. That's why I did make it relevant to news people. And so, and starting from there, you make it relevant to everyone else. You make it relevant to the kids in school. You tell them, without this, not Google, not so many other things that you use and you take for granted wouldn't be possible. Without this, your school system would be different, or, your hobbies, the fact that you can play games over the internet, that's partly because we do have space and we invested in computers and other stuff. And so there's a spin-off, and that spin-off is now benefiting you. And, elder people, you talk about health. how they're spin-off from space and how that's helping to determine, a better life because, their health can be better monitored. All these things. So it's relevant. For me also, you're talking about, let's say, growing plants on Mars. Make sure that it's in the women's magazine of these women that like to, to gossip, to do food prep, but also have perhaps a small garden or a balcony. If you're talking about food on Mars, make it relatable to what they're doing on their balcony. That's the way to talk about space. And indeed, with normal words, because even I was like Egnos.
Very good. Well, again, we'll come back to some of those aspects later on. Lukáš, you're a professional space communicator running PR and media business in space. How do you see that? Who do you think you should talk to bring the message across?
Well, obviously, the answer to everyone. But yeah, let's prioritize. And I think that I will start with the space bubble itself. Why? Because in my experience, I also met some engineers focused so much on the part they are doing, so much on the instrument they are helping to create, that actually they don't know the whole story, and they don't know the why they are doing this, where the project is going, why it's going over there. And this will be very helpful for all of us in the sector, because sometimes the media, they would like to have a creator on stage. We would like to ask the question to the person who really was working on that part. And so that's also our job. We also need to train these people to tell stories about their job. And the next audience, of course, is we mentioned the original citizens, but I will jump very high to decision makers, because sometimes I think the space is treated like an upsurge, like very distant thing at the end of a budget decisions, right? And this is totally wrong. This is so wrong, because the space right now is a strategic domain. So actually, we should talk to everyone. What we should actually, of course, prioritize. Where first, and the first need is to talk to decision makers and to the space sector itself, how not to spoil this communication when we are going like broad. But this comes to my next question, actually, because we already mentioned a few differences between the people. So we have different audiences. Okay, the space is there, but the space is not one. The communication is not one, because we have mentioned B2C, right? We have B2B, business to business. There is science communications. There is B2G, business to government, government to government. So the question is to all of you, actually, how to speak to these different audiences. What kind of words we should choose?
Okay, well, let me start by giving the general answer to every question like this, and that is, it depends. It depends on the objective. Why do you want to tell the story?
You started like a PR person always. It depends. No.
There's never an easy answer. If there was an easy answer, we wouldn't be sitting here. So the answer is it depends. And it depends on the reason why you want to tell the story. Is the reason to sell your product? Are you talking to potential customers? Then your story is very different than if you're trying to convince a more general audience of the benefits of something that applies to all of us. If you're talking to a government, it might be to obtain funding for a space project. So again, it really depends on why you want to talk to someone. You adjust the message to that. But Artemis is shaking her head. So
yeah, because the word is not.
Us.
It's not the word. It depends. The word is participation. You're selling it because you want to show them, and you're showing them that they're part of it in some way. And so then, yes, then it depends what kind of participation we're talking about. But like I said, whether it's to a kid or to a government, what I'm selling them is that they're part of it, they're participants. And if they're a participant, you can be a spectator, which is not really fun, not for the government, not for a kid either, or you can decide to be a real participant. So what we should try selling anywhere, and that doesn't, that there's no depend here, is that, participate instead of just look.
Okay, ladies, line. Maybe Fiammetta first.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. First, can I ask if there is somebody online to close the microphone? Because it's very difficult. I can hear my voice. Maybe Olga? Can you help me?
Okay, we are checking this right now.
Yeah, there might be feedback through our
Thank you.
microphones, actually.
Okay, great. So now
Yeah, but then we have to
better.
switch our
I
mics
hope
off, and that might be a bit
hear
difficult.
me still. For example, we were talking about before communicating these big projects of the European Union. Let's take what we did with Galileo. That's another story. So there we decided that we need to communicate to the general public, to the citizens, because they have the right to understand how the budget is used. And it was not easy, no? With my engineers, so we talk about performances, that this is better of the other systems and so on. And we decided to do a campaign, a very, let's say, creative one called Accuracy Matters, in which we use some irony, so it was also make people laughing, and we used the real cases like delivery of pizza or a girl lost in the city, and we show how Galileo can make the difference for them. And it was a big success. We started for the first time to really communicate Galileo outside our club. But of course, if I go to the European Parliament to explain why they have to put again budget, I will use other kind of language. I will explain that Galileo is a sort of hidden utility that they don't know, but it's as important as the electricity. Or I will explain I will put in place numbers that let them understand what are the benefits. So the language should be adapted to the different audience, and we need to have this flexibility, I think.
Neve, please.
I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything now.
Oh, yeah, we turned our microphones off to maybe help. You don't hear me?
I couldn't hear Fiammetta either. I couldn't hear anybody. So I'm really sorry, Fiammetta. I didn't hear anything you said. So what was the question?
Do you hear us now, Neve?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah. But I didn't hear anything that Fiammetta said, unfortunately. So what am I following on from?
So we are talking about how to speak to different audiences, because we have this different level of, stakeholders, participants, and generally the audiences.
Yeah. Well, I would be in Artemis's camp, So a lot of what I do is I rarely go into a room now and open my mouth unless I hear the opinions and the people that I have in the room. And I've learned that going forward, most of what I do now when it comes to space is it comes from a co-creation and from an equitable place, which is that they are given the power to tell me what it is that they feel is lacking in what they've heard so far about space, or what it is that they find uninteresting, or why they think space isn't for them. And then I get a sense of who my audience is. And then I try to connect. And as Artemis said, then I try to get them to participate, because information, I feel, isn't relevant until the other person hears something that's relevant to them. And then extending that beyond it is so you hear their opinions and you get their feedback. And so my job is to just feed them information that they don't yet have in a language or a form that matches their preferred way of learning. And so, yes, it's about the audience, but it's actually about your approach to each audience and really understanding, really listening to what it is they feel they're not getting about space.
If I may add something on that question, I think that everything starts with the goal, what we want to achieve, right? So Fiammetta already said about this, European Commission, etc. So actually, first we should start with a goal, what we would like to achieve with that message. What will be this message doing in our, receiver or audience head, and that's like with the radio. I think this is a good exercise. I was always taught that the radio is the movie in your head. So we should think like that we are talking and we want to achieve something, not like only a cheap talk. So yeah, but that comes to your next question, I think. Yeah.
It does, because you mentioned a radio, and
Yeah.
I listened to what Neve was saying. I hope you can hear us now, Neve.
Yeah.
I was listening to what Neve was saying, and Neve says she doesn't say anything until she knows her audience on a quite personal level, by knowing what interests them and what captivates them. But then you mention a radio, and a radio does everything but that. A radio just broadcasts, and if you're lucky, it will play that movie in someone's head, but you need to have that connection first. So my next question is really about channels. And I'm going back to Neve first, because Neve mentions a very specific channel, which is a very personal channel. You have to be within 10 meters of that person in order to establish that relationship that you mentioned there, Neve. But obviously, from Fiammetta's point of view, she can't afford to be within 10 meters of her entire audience, because that's 450 million people. So which channels are most suitable for this message of space? And I'd like to start with you, Neve.
Well, which channels are most suitable for, it's just that's such a broad question, Remco. I'm not really sure if I can answer it. I can only really talk about what I do. You know, I can't answer Fiammetta's question, because I'm not coming from that government level. Like I feel my job is to really kind of engage the people who feel that science and space isn't for them. And the way I approach it seems to best match that audience. So that's my channel. And so I humanize and I personalize, and I do an awful lot of listening. If you're asking me what I would do if I were in a government position, I guess if I have access to different networks that connect back up to my position on a kind of a government level or a senior level, I guess I'd lean on them a lot, and I try and find out as much as I can about those different networks and what their priorities are, and maybe have different stories or different forms of material to match the different audiences or the different channels that you're trying to get. So some of them could be, social media channels, maybe it's TikTok or whatever. Other people prefer printed media, other people prefer broadcast media. And I guess I think it's about throwing the information out in many different ways, targeting in your head a specific type of person or a particular person, and trying to group them into different categories, and then choosing different channels. But personally, I think the most powerful response I've had is in smaller rooms with groups of people who can actually speak on their own behalf and tell you what it is that they feel is wanting in science and space in terms of that message, or something that they don't understand or something they want to know better. So how do you mass produce that? I don't know. I mean, just the joy of networks, I guess, and using them wisely.
So maybe I will jump in here with my answer that you will like almost. It depends. I knew it. So actually, it depends once again on the audience, because if we have decision makers, and the social media are great. You have this, feedback. You have this, sometimes one-on-one reactions with But let's see what is happening in social media. A lot of buzz, a lot of data, a lot of information. It's starting to be overcrowded, and I'm a big fan of social media, but we have to not condemn the traditional media on that. Really, they are very, very needed for space. Why? Maybe it's not that you are not having this relations. You are only emitting, but you are emitting to the big audience. You have big reach, and for example, if you have decision makers, right? So they're watching only the news sometimes, or some reports made on TV. And in radio as well, some interesting interviews, and they had some by assistants made the summaries of the most important articles actually, and then they should have time to think about it, to rethink it, and
this is actually, I cannot say what is the best, because I think that all the channels that we have right now are the best for each of the audiences. I can see for B2B, B2G, it's still traditional media. Because sometimes I can see that the decision makers treat social media something like like gossips. Okay, you show very interesting things with, you know, big brands going for influencers to also, but this was not probably the major channel. It was kind of supportive one, right? We still need these major ones. But if we go to the kids, I cannot imagine that, you know, we were making some kind of campaign and focusing on newspapers and media. You should have to do it on TikTok. It is totally different way of communication, and well, that's the hard thing. We have to do it in every channel actually, right now, if you want to be, you know, successful. But it depends on the audience.
So Artemis, if you can turn your microphone on. I think you're pressing the wrong button there. There you go.
Thank you. Too many buttons. Well, you know, to be truthful, my language does depend on whom I'm talking to. I will not use the same words for 6-year-olds as I will use for 20-year-old. Although, to be truthful, I might use the same words for 6-year-olds as for politicians. And that's not because I'm dissing politicians here, but because if you're a politician, very often the field of your of what you are ruling as a politician, like a ruler and like a king, is so wide that I cannot expect you to know what I'm talking about if I'm talking about some space instrument, or, you know, even a big constellation. I might need to, you know, make it relevant by using words that are, you know, within your bailiwick. And that's why I say, you know, I might need to, you know, go back to, you know, to language for kids. This is true. You know, I remember myself speaking to Congress in America, and I was talking about how long it takes to go to Mars, and now I can do, you know, of course, a scientific talk about how long that takes and why. But I heard myself use the word commute all the time. You know, our aim should be to give the astronauts to Mars the shortest commute possible, because that's safer for their health. I could tell that the word commute really resonated with this group. I mean, in a normal interview on radio, I wouldn't have used commute. So it's you know, in that sense, it does depend. You do make your language, you do, you know, the target audience does determine what kind of words I use. Then, I'm that pushy person that tries to educate people. So I'm not really that easygoing. I try not just to tell you about space, but I hope that if you walk away from me, that you actually have learned something.
Very good, and I think that's what we're all trying to do, because that's how you make the message stick. If you can have people walking away thinking about what you communicated, obviously that's what we want to achieve, regardless of the goal. If you make them think, that's how it works. Now, one of the things that I noticed, and Fiammetta, I'm going to go to you with my next question to start with. Space is a very romantic image in the minds of many people, but it's very much related to the Apollo era. It's if we talk about human spaceflight, it is about these men of steel going out to the moon and doing all these very heroic things, and that's not really what the space industry is like in 2022. In 2022, the business of space and the money in space really is in downstream. Data, information is the new gold, if you like. But that's an extremely boring story to talk, and you have already mentioned some of the difficulties that you encounter, but that is the reality of space. So how can we make sure that we keep it romantic, we keep people intrinsically interested, yet tell them the real story of how the space industry works, that you maybe shouldn't be an astronaut, but you should be a data analyst?
Yes, indeed. This is our bread and butter to communicate this downstream. But of course, if I say downstream, nobody will understand what I mean. So I think that the key there is the usefulness. So to make understanding immediately the usefulness of space in my daily life. For example, when I switch on the light, the electricity grid is synchronized with the Galileo satellites. The same when you go to the cash machine, to the ATM machine. Or when the wildfires were tackled last year, it was done with Canadair guided with Galileo and with images of Copernicus at European level, and so on. I think this is the key, to find really the usefulness message. And sometimes we need to have some specific tools. So for example, you talk about search and rescue. So there, what we did was to realize a virtual reality game that we show to politicians as well as students. So you are really lost in the sea in this virtual reality, and you understand what does it mean to have the return link of Galileo, and you are in the waves. So I think there are different means to communicate the downstream. We have to believe in it and to, let's say, forget about the only romantic part, but go down to earth.
Good. Thank you very much. Neve, I have two questions for you on the same topic, because first of all, I would like to give you the floor for 30 seconds and tell the people what it is that you do, because I realize that maybe not everybody knows what you do, and you do amazing stuff. So can you give us the 30-second version before I ask you the same question?
Well, I guess I'm a communicator and educator on all things space, and I'm particularly interested in connecting people who feel that the topics of space and science aren't for them. I'm somebody that came to space late in life, and artistically, I'm on a quest to get to space to show people that if you change your perception of yourself and of your life, and I think space helped me do that, you just have to get out of your own way, really, to have the life that you find fulfilling, and I have found space to do that for me. So that's essentially what I do.
And you use theater to bring that message across, don't you?
Yeah, I use theater, but I also write, and then also I kind of a bit like what Artis was saying. I can do. I do news reporting. I write for publications, but I also kind of talk to kids in school. But then I'm always thinking of a bigger kind of artistic message, and some of that has manifested as theatre, or some of it manifests as just sort of essays or thoughts, or kind of abstract video, or many different forms.
So talking about the romanticism of space, how do you tell the real story of space without losing that intrinsic romanticism and intrinsic interest that people may have for space?
Well, when you say romanticism, I think you mean philosophy, or the notion of the thing about space is, when we look out, or if we're fortunate to be able to look down from, say, the International Space Station or from the moon, we have thoughts about ourselves and our existence and the purpose in our lives. Going into a supermarket and buying milk doesn't make me think that way. So when you talk about downstream space, and you talk about satellites, and you talk about everyday components, it can't possibly put you in that mindset. But what you can do is that you can take a piece of that, and this is where clever advertising and brand identities and stuff come into play, and they can connect that for you, so that they can make you feel a little bit of that magic dust if you subscribe to this particular downstream technology. So something like SpaceX, I think, is very, very skilled at doing that. Elon has shown himself to be somebody who thinks outside the box and is a bit of a maverick. And so everything he does has that sort of magic touch. Whether we agree with everything that he does or not, it doesn't matter. He has this ability to kind of capture people's imagination. So the messenger, I think, is really important. And so that they have to stand for something that that sort of resonates with the people that you're trying to connect with. So what are their values? What is it about space that they really believe in? And so being able to bring those values and that importance that you have to space to everything that you have to sell in downstream, I think is really, really important, because otherwise it just feels like another pint of milk on a shelf. So there has to be heart behind every mission, every satellite, every piece of technology that gets created, to, if you want to preserve the romanticism of space.
I think there's one word that comes to mind for me. It's truthfulness. Why is the local radio, why is the national radio always happy to have me on? Because what you say, my story is resonating from my heart. And, you know, it might be strange to people, but it does sound that I'm completely, truthfully happy and truthfully telling a truth to the audience. And that resonates. And that, in the end, also makes theatre. Because that's why my radio station allows me 6 minutes and the Prime Minister only 1. Because I give theatre and he is boring.
Yeah. But there's something about honesty, Artemis. You know, I mean, we know, we can tell the difference. Everybody knows the difference between truth and artifice. And I think everything, I mean, it's not just, I mean, we're not even just talking about space, we're talking about life. I mean, anybody that we're drawn to, every good speaker, every good communicator comes from a place of truth and a place of passion. And I think whether it's downstream or upstream, or whether you're reporting in the news, if you come from a place of truth or something that you really care about, that's it. People hear that and they know the difference.
But ladies, you made me think another point that I think is essential to communicate downstream. We must not be arrogant. We should not communicate in our close circle. If we want to communicate downstream, we have to go where the real users are. If I have to communicate with farmers, I will not do from a conference in Brussels or Prague, but I will do if I go to the place where the farmers meet to discuss their future. And the same I will do for the mariners and so on. So this is what we are trying to do since some years, and it works. And I think we have to insist on this, really go to the place where space is not the topic and make it the topic.
Well, I can add that actually I can put romanticism in downstream, because first I'm starting always to talk about the technology or the product, because sometimes it's a product, and of course about usefulness, about, you know, all the benefits for someone, and then at the end, but let me tell you the story behind this, where it came from. And then was like, wow, and so there you have it. So you can do it, but first not talk about, you know, let's start with the usefulness, all the benefits and values, and then tell the story behind it, like Once Upon a Time. But this actually leads to my next question, because I've heard a lot here today about, you know, that we should speak to everyone, and there are like many audiences, sometimes high-profile audiences. So my question is, who can do it? Who can be this messenger, as Nymph said? Can everyone do this, or maybe depends on the audience? This should be a professional, trained person, actually, because there is a great dependency, and there is a great, I don't know how you call it, but, you know, everything depends on your words, even some kind of, you know, budget cuts or something like that.
Isn't it mainly you need to be a storyteller? I'm not a trained communicator, and I do think I can captivate an audience. But what I do basically is telling stories, and that's telling stories. If I give a 90-second interview about a new mission, it is stories. If I talk to a class of kids, it's stories. So, you know, you're talking about trained communicators. You need trained storytellers.
You need storytellers, all right. I don't know if you need trained storytellers. Some people are natural storytellers, and some people in this industry especially are definitely not. And we have the IAC coming up in 2 weeks. There are some terrible examples of how not to communicate, and there are some little pearls of brilliant communicators that come out of nowhere. But to answer Lukash's question, at least from my point of view, is again, it depends, and I hate to say this, but it's true. If you want to market a product that is very specific, has a very specific purpose, a space product or a space service, you need a professional marketeer, a professional communicator to turn that or to design that story and to make sure that story lands with the right audience. However, if you talk about outreach, about general outreach to the public, it is a responsibility of all of us in the space bubble to think of those stories and to be the storyteller that you just say, Artemis, that you are, and take the responsibility that you have as one of the very few, this is a very small industry, as one of the very few people inside the space bubble who is convinced, who can tell the story from your own passion, and just tell your personal story. Why are you so passionate about space? And then everybody can tell the story. But you have, as Niamh so valuably says it, you have to connect to your audience. And if you talk about public outreach, you usually have that 10-meter distance. You talk to your family, you talk to your friends, you talk at birthday parties. That is where the real power of outreach is. But that's maybe not the place, although there are examples where it is the place, where you sell, I don't know, satellites or space services. So the answer is depends, but we all are responsible for telling the story of space and making sure people hear the real stories of space.
I have a question to all of us. In the Netherlands, it aggravates me, and I'm using a really polite word here, the fact that if a space company in the Netherlands, TNO, could be, any of the others, if they build part of a satellite, part of a mission to Mars or to Venus or whatever, they're not advertising it. Why is there no pride? Why do we need to push them, at least in the Netherlands, to let us know that, they're part of this mission? And sometimes they're even a really important part. Is that just in the Netherlands or also in Poland and in other countries?
I don't know exactly the answer, but I think that's everywhere. But let's move to our online guests to see whose responsibility is it to tell these stories. Fiammetta, from your point of view.
Yeah, I think that one key factor is to have good testimonials. So if I go and explain my program for startups that is supporting many entrepreneurs in Europe today, 1,000, my message will never be so effective if one of my entrepreneurs will tell the story of how from a small company of 2 people, now they're 15, they're exporting to Japan, and they growth thanks to this support. So I think we all have the duty to communicate, but we also have the duty to find the right testimonials that can tell the story from the point of view of our audience.
Niamh, do you have anything to add to this?
Just very quickly, I think it's about the people that should be talking are the people that are trusted. So these are people that the public just select themselves. Like you go to a different country and you see this person say that they're communicating about space or science, and you kind of go, God, they're weird, or they're so weird, or you just don't get it. But that particular country like completely gets this person, and that's their spokesman for all things space. So because they're trusted, so it's you always do business with somebody you trust, and in the same way, the messenger is somebody that particular community trusts. So if that person is within the space bubble, they're able to talk all sorts of jargon, and people will trust them because that's their go-to person. And there's somebody similarly in the public domain and somebody in the outreach domain. So I think the person that should be telling and communicating space are these trusted people in these key positions.
Very good point. Lukáš, do you want to go to our last question? Because that sort of relates to that, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, but generally we have like 3 minutes left. So actually, yes, but going back to this, what Niamh said, yes, trusted person. Yes, this is very important. But sometimes someone is trusted, but needs more data on how to explain things, because he or she doing it wrong way, actually, because his level of knowledge is still not enough. And sometimes this is something what I think that space communicators, the professional ones, should be involved in the first place, to also bring this knowledge to this kind of people, like influencers sometimes. So that's our role. But so actually, my last question, but let's make it quick. So I'm making right now a PhD in global communication for space sector, and I made the first research. I will be showing this on IAC, and from this very first research, I saw that there is a strict need that the space communications should be divided, not like one, but should be like divided based on the cultural level of the audience and the technical development of each country's respondent, actually. So differently in different country, and right now we can see the situation that the space sector is speaking only like in one way. That's a kind of interesting thing for me to research, but I can ask for your opinion, quick opinion on that.
Very quick, we see a great example here at the ERC. We have Astrofaza here, who is one of the key space influencers with his own YouTube channel, very popular YouTube channel, hundreds of thousands of viewers, specifically and solely in Polish. Because so much communication is in English in our industry, because it is a global industry. But you reach many people, especially in countries like Poland, but there's loads of countries around the world where the level of English speaking may not be as high as in some others. And especially in native English countries, we seem to forget that sometimes, that there's a whole load of people out there who do not speak the language. It is as simple as the language that you speak sometimes. And Astrofaza is a great example of localizing this global information to a Polish audience.
Any last thought on that? Because I think we have to finish. Okay. So, ladies, Remco, it was a pleasure to have you here with us, and it was a very pleasure to have like a closing debate of this. And you know, at the end, we are talking about very important thing that sometimes goes the first in the space sector as talking about it, actually. So I hope the next year, in the next edition of ERC, we will deepen this topic, because it's starting to be very important also on ISC. We can see finally the debates on the communications of space, and this is, for me as a professional communicator of space, this is very, very needed. So thank you very much. Thank you for our viewers or our online audience, and let's have in touch.
Absolutely. So thank you very much for moderating, and I guess we'll hand it back to Milena here.
Thank you. Thank you for a very fruitful discussion. Thank you, dear ladies, for joining us. And it was a pleasure to listen to your thoughts. And it's time to move smoothly to the last part of European Rover Challenge 2022. So the medal and closing ceremony that will start here at 4 p.m. For those of you who are present here, we would like to announce a short break till 4 p.m. because we need to prepare the room for the ceremony. And for those of you who watch our broadcast live, you are invited to join Remco for a last Mars Yard connection. See you soon.
from Istanbul. I'm here with Said. Can you tell us a little bit about well, yourself and the rover and the university that you represent?
Hello, my name is Said. I am from Turkey. I am studying Yıldız Technical University in Istanbul, mechatronic engineers. And we are first time in ERC in Poland. We are very excited and we very happy for all competition.
Excellent, excellent. So the first time you're competing here, very good. Well, welcome to the competition, I'd say. We're on the last day. Tell us a little bit about your rover. What is the name of the rover and what are the unique features that make this a potential winner?
Our gorgeous rover name is Sparkle. And we starting to building this rover in last years. Actually, first we have 30 people group in starting and I'm sorry for my bad English.
Totally fine. If I can understand you, everybody can. You're doing really well.
And we compete for competition in this year. Okay. First one is the URC in America in June, I guess. And second one is Anatolian Rover Challenge in Turkey, Istanbul. And third one is the biggest robotic competition in Turkey, Technofest. And third one is European Rover Challenge, as we are is here. Yeah.
Excellent. So you're very experienced, even though you're participating here for the first time. This is a very experienced team. So tell us a little bit about the team. Are you all mechatronics engineers?
No, we are nearly 16 different departments and multidisciplinary teams.
So which disciplines are represented? Of course, you represent mechatronics.
I represent mechatronics, but I am a team member of software. I am in software sub team, and we have 5 sub team in technical sub team: software, electronics, mechanical, science, and organization.
Oh, very good. So some management skills as well.
And organization sub teams is 3 different sub team in organization. Again, it's marketing, PR, and content. Totally
Okay.
we are nearly 35 people.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's a big team. How many of you came to Poland?
21, I guess.
Okay, so most of the team is actually here. Very good. Very good. Now, this is the first time you're participating. How did the competition go?
Actually, it's very well. We very happy for doing for the results, but some missions, some tasks not going well for us because we planned more. We expect more efficiency in test, but some other.
Well, that's how you learn, right? If things fail, if things break down, if things don't go how you want it, you learn. But that's the same for all the teams, I take it. We're running out of time, so one last question is where can people find more information about the Yıldız Rover and the Yıldız team?
On Instagram, on YouTube, on our social media, and QR var mı bizde? Yıldız Rover in Instagram and Yıldız Rover in YouTube. When you search, you can easily communicate with us.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you very much for your time and communication. Hashtag ERC 2022, assuming you have used that as well, you'll find the Yildiz team and all the other teams. So thank you very much for your time and thank you very much for showing us. Okay, and here we are with the only North American team in the on-site competition. So thank you very much for having us. Can you real quickly introduce your team name, your rover name, and where you're from?
Yeah, of course, thank you. So we're here from the Space Concordia robotics team from the University of Concordia in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. And this is our rover, Beep.
Very nice and short name. Is that one of those reverse engineered acronyms that we like so much in space?
Beep explores extraterrestrial planets. The software people love the recursion.
Excellent. Now this is an interesting looking rover, and if I may say so from a layman's eye, this looks like the only rover that can drive on water.
There are some other rovers that can drive on water, but as long as the waters don't go up to our motors just here, it can do just fine.
So do these wheels float or?
They would without the rest of the rover attached to them.
Okay, so tell us about the features of this rover. What makes this rover a potential winner in this particular competition?
I think effectively the overall rover's design is honestly one of the most simple ones we have, and it's just the simplicity in terms of the design. It's very rugged. We use very minimal 3D printed parts, and that reliability and sturdiness is really what makes us a good potential winner.
Okay, and how did that work out in the competition?
Very well, actually. Yeah.
Okay, so tell us a little bit about some of the features that we might see here that are specifically designed for some of the challenges that that you were told about.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's okay. There are many, you say. So point out specific ones if you can.
So we have, here is our mast antenna. So we have our radios that connects to the base station to allow the rover to be able to drive untethered to the operator. Okay. We have 3 cameras on board. We have this one to get a view of the entire rover and the state of the arm. This one to get a close-up view of the grippers when it's grabbing something, and a front camera at the front to be able to see the ground immediately in front of the rover to avoid objects.
Okay, now one of the features of this competition is manually controlled versus autonomy. How have you dealt with that, if I may ask you?
Well, overall, I feel like with the camera feeds, we've had 3 cameras. It's helped a lot for our driver here, William, in the back, to be able to navigate different features and to be able to understand where his arm is positioned. And overall, we have really good control with our PS4 analog controller, and it's helped us for sure a lot here to be able to navigate things and to very carefully and meticulously do all these really fine different motions and features throughout the competitions. Yeah, so it's
so what about autonomy? Can we send this rover out on its own?
I think so. It's definitely a possibility within our software team that it's something we look to keep on working towards, especially next year, is be able to fully autonomously do things. So all we have to do is say, okay, go here, and the rover will basically do it on its own. So that's an objective for sure.
Brilliant, and I do know that gets you extra points, so I can highly recommend doing that. Now let's switch over to your team. We see many of your team members here. So tell us a little bit about how many people are involved in this project.
We have about 10 to 15 members here overall within our team who are relatively active, and overall we just each have our different strong points, and we each have very unique contributions towards this rover and our own little specialties within our university, but it's amazing, you know, coming together like that, and we're so different but also so alike in a way.
Well, are you all robotics engineers?
No, of course not. So effectively, many of us are engineers, let's say, within the different technical aspects, but we also have other ones surrounding microbiology or biology in general on the rover, so understanding different sorts of elements within the soil samples. We have a science team. And alongside that, we work really well together to complement each other, both in a common objective, you know, to be able to understand what's out there.
Okay, excellent. Now, is this the first time you're participating?
No, we were here once in 2019, and we competed in the online challenges, but it's always better to be here in person.
Well, of course, you get to taste the atmosphere and live all the fun. Now, looking at the team for this year, you're saying you might participate again next year?
We definitely will.
So how do you take the knowledge that you have collected this year? How will you bring that on to the team next year, assuming there might be some changes in the team as well?
Yeah, I think one of our biggest issues had to come from lack of testing and lack of experience with the operators. They just didn't have the chance to actually fully test in a competition scenario. So definitely that's something we're going to work on next year.
Okay, so building a little mini Mars yard, perhaps outside your university. I know there is a good one near Montreal by the Canadian Space Agency, but that might be off bounds. I don't know. But
we've actually used that one before to test.
Seriously? Okay, well that's pretty cool. So thank you very much for your time, and it was a pleasure to learn about Beep, and looking forward to seeing you again next year. Of course. For now, keep following Team Beep and all the other teams on social media, and hashtag ERC 2022, and in only a few moments we will learn who will be the winner of the European Rover Challenge 2022. Okay, and here we are with yet another team. Not a team who is participating in the competition this year, but a team that is here, well, I guess to demonstrate their abilities and maybe to secretly practice a little bit for participation next year. I'm here with a member of this team of the Technical University of Ostrava in the Czech Republic, Tomáš. Can you tell us a little bit about, well, first of all, if you're not competing, what brings you to the ERC?
Well, actually, we have it quite close to here, so it's like a 3.5 hour to get here. So it was easy, you know, like why not to come here? And we love it here, basically. You know, we love the competition, the people here, so we wanted to like participate again, even though we didn't qualify.
Okay, well, that's really good of you that that you then come anyway because of the atmosphere. Probably because of all the cool people that are working here and the cool competition. Now, you did participate last year, and you may participate next year, hopefully. But tell us a little bit about your rover here. Does it have a name, and how was it developed?
Well, the rover's name is K3P4. It's like a shortage name of our department, and like we. Today, like this year, we wanted to just test our system, you know, from the development which was during since the last competition. So, like the work of the hard work, 1 year of the hard work, you know, we wanted to test it out, and this was the like great opportunity to test it like on a real like panel on the competition, because you know. Like even though each year the competition is a little bit different, still there's a lot of similarities which will be the next year.
Yeah, of course. So you're trying the maintenance task right now. Tell me a little bit about the unique features that would make this rover a potential winner in the next competition.
Well, I think we have really unique undercarriage, because basically that was our this year's work. We have new wheels, new motors in the wheels, and like to be honest, I think we have one of the best undercarriages right now in the competition. Like. I don't want to brag, but I think so.
I'm asking for your unique selling points, so why not brag about it?
Okay, so this is one of them, and also this year we wanted to test our new robotic arm, which is still in development, but like for example, we have our own custom 3D printed gearboxes, so we wanted to test them out, how they work. You know, in the like real problem.
Okay, now tell us a little bit about the team. So, how many people are in your team, and what's the background of these people? Are you all robotics engineers?
Yes, yes, we are all robotics engineers. We have a background from the mechanical engineering, and even though we try this time to recruit new members, because we are just 7 people, I think, yeah, 7 members.
Yeah, it's a very small team. We've seen teams of 75 people here.
Yeah, I know, it's like terrible difference. So, but still, like, even though we're just a small number, we have this like enthusiastic into trying our best. And well, even though we didn't qualify this year, I think like next year we will have a huge chance to even maybe take the first place.
Well, and I guess this is a great opportunity for those who are watching the live stream here to participate in the Czech team if you're in Ostrava or around the area, to well, connect to you. About connecting to you, how can people link up with what you're doing? How can people see more and maybe hook up to join the team?
Well, we have Instagram account, we have Facebook account. You know, we are on YouTube posting videos from our workshop. You know, from the competitions. So there's a lot of reach. Our team is named Rover Ova. Oh, I have T-shirt in here.
Very good, Rover Ova. Okay, excellent.
That's my, you know, like like a suit.
Yeah, but that's what people can Google then.
Yeah, exactly. Type Rover Ova and Ostrava, and you definitely should find it.
Brilliant, brilliant, because that's important that people can find you. So thank you very much, Tomasz, for your time, and thank you really for being here, even without being in the competition. That shows the real spirit of the European Rover Challenge. So thank you very much for doing that, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Welcome back to the Team Zone, where this time we are going to talk to what I think is one of the most visible teams, at least on social media where I do my work. The team from the Universidad Politécnica de Catalunya, the UPC Space Program team, with the UPC Rover. So I'm here with one of the team members. Can you introduce yourself and tell us about your role and about your team?
My name is Chai Casachuana. I'm the team leader of the GRASS project. This is our rover Grover. We call him Grover. And we are really proud of how it behaved during the tasks.
Okay, so tell me a little bit about the rover. What are the special features that might make this rover the winning rover this time?
We have like the robotic arm is really it's very maneuverability, high maneuverability, and it's easier to get using invest kinematics for the collecting parts and switches. It went really well with the maintenance task. We couldn't do like all the things, but most of the parts it worked really well. Also, all the camera system to locate inside of the march chart, it's also really well optimized and it worked pretty well. We had like one waypoint only at fail about half a meter, so it's really accurate also. And this could be the main parts. Also, the turning wheels and all these are really well done.
Okay, I see the rover has 6 in the same configuration as Curiosity and Perseverance, isn't it? Did you copy that idea from NASA?
We inspired ourselves to this design because it's simple to do it by ourselves, and also it gives the rover stability and for the bumps or anything like this to not turn around and we thought this may be the best type of structure for us.
Okay, well that makes perfect sense, of course. If NASA does it, then it must have been a good idea. Tell us a little bit about how the competition went. You told us a little bit already, but you finished all the tasks, correct?
We couldn't do the proving. We did all the tasks except for the proving task because there were some problems with the control system of the wheels and communications. So we had lack of time in electronics and for the electronics part and programming, and we couldn't do it. And for the navigation and science tasks, we had the problems of the rain. We did the science task with a little bit of rain, and then we had to postpone the navigation task to the afternoon. And it went with the mud and all this. You will see that it's really dirty, and it went through almost through a bunch of water, and we had to stop it.
Okay, well, you know, but all the teams had that same disadvantage, I guess.
In Mars there's no water, so we didn't build it for water resistance.
Yeah, it's interesting because I heard from the lead scientist that on Mars there was water 4 billion years ago.
But now we don't know if there's water. We found it for the science report, we put it there. So.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you have to take the circumstances as they are. Let me switch over a little bit to your team. So how big is your team? How many people are involved and what is their background?
Our team is from, we have 19 members. 19, 19. And we are from the engineering background, most of us. We have aerospace, for my part I'm electronical, we have mechanical and industrial engineering. And also because of the science task, we didn't know how to do the analysis of terrain and all this, the geological part, so we collaborated with another university, another faculty of geology, and we have our science team is made out of 3 geologists.
Okay. Oh, well, that's very good. So you didn't just involve the engineers, also involve the scientists.
We didn't know how to do all that geology analysis and all this, so we collaborated with them. Went to the other faculty and talked to them, and a few of them signed up with us.
Excellent. Now, one of the things that I noticed about the UPC team is that you're very active on social media. Can you tell us a little bit about that before we finish?
Yeah, our social media are really active. He is our community manager. I also have the access to their accounts, and we are always chatting with the Rover Challenge accounts or other teams, and also with our personal accounts. We like to present our rovers or our projects or chat with the other teams also with our personal accounts. And I think it's a very important part of this, of the visibility on the social medias, so we take it really seriously also.
Excellent. Well, it has been very visible, at least to me, so thank you very much. Keep up the good work, and in the meantime, keep following the final hours of this challenge on hashtag ERC 2022. So thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to seeing you, well, in the award ceremony, and if not there, at least in the challenge next year. Thank you.
Our rover is not waterproof, so that's been an issue as well. So because of issues like that, we could not attend 2 of the events, the maintenance event and the collection and probing event, because of these uncertainties that were not accounted into. Yeah. So we are learning actually from this year's event.
Well, and that's an important thing, isn't it? To learn and to take that knowledge to next year's event. Exactly.
You know, participate in the future editions with a more profound knowledge.
Yeah, exactly. Now let me ask you, we're running slowly out of time, but let me ask you about your team. So how big is the team that pulled this project together?
So, if we are talking about the whole team which has worked on this project, there have been a bit more than 50 members. All of us are not here. We are 14 in total here. Some of us are back in the country, so about 50 to 55 people worked on this rover. Some worked on the electrical components, some worked on the mechanical components, some worked on the programming, while there are others who worked on the reports.
Okay, so people from many different backgrounds, or are you all robotics engineers?
People from all backgrounds. So we have electrical engineers, we have software engineers, and we also have some members from mechanical engineering background as well.
all engineers though, or also people from other backgrounds?
We have non-engineering students. There are a few members who are from
business and
technology management.
So they are actually responsible for handling the documentation stuff.
Okay, because documentation and presentation, maybe even communication and outreach are also important elements of this challenge, aren't they?
Yes, they carry a lot of marks, and they are also very important in real life world as well, because no matter how good of a project you have, if you cannot present it properly, if you cannot tell the world what it is about and what it can do, then people are not going to understand what your true potential is. So it is very important for you to know how to present it, to know how to document the features.
Yeah, exactly. So if people are curious about your team, about your rover, maybe looking at joining the team next year from Bangladesh, where can they find more information?
So we have our Facebook page, IoT Obhijatrik. Yeah, isn't it? Team IoT Obhijatrik. That's our Facebook page.
Is that how you spell it? Sorry, I'm pointing to you.
Yeah. Team Obhijatrik. That's how we spell it.
Okay.
So if you search this on Facebook, you will find us. You will also find us on Instagram, and we also have a LinkedIn account. So if you reach out to us on these 3 platforms, you'll find us, and you can communicate with us for help or maybe collaboration, anything like that.
Excellent. So any students from Bangladesh who are looking for a challenge, then look them up and see how this team performed. So I wish you all the good luck for today, for the final steps in the challenge, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Have you ever wondered how much space missions helped our everyday lives? Solar panels, water purification, inch-precise GPS, laser eye correction, artificial limbs, home insulation, Teflon, cordless vacuum cleaners, temper foam. All of these allow us to be more comfortable, and there's one thing that all of them have in common. They were all created during the space programs. If you have a challenge so large, margin for error so small, and with so many great talents combined, it's not a surprise that they find solutions that move humanity forward. You may wonder, what does this have to do with me? Well, now you can become a part of it. Get inspired, meet new partners, engage with the world's best engineering, programming, and scientific talents. Strengthen the employer's brand, and support a cause that can shape the world. You can become a part of the ERC, the biggest space and robotics event in Europe since 2014. A place that connects ambition, innovation, and space. As space gets more popular, thanks to Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, the event popularity is growing every year, even despite COVID-19. It consists of 2 parts. The first is the Challenge Zone. Just like hackathons solve important IT challenges, the Challenge Zone solves important space exploration challenges. Young teams receive tasks based on real Mars missions executed by NASA or the European Space Agency. They combine the power of robotics, AI, and autonomous vehicles to complete the missions and win the prize.
I think the most important thing that you're doing here is educating young people, giving them that kind of experience.
The solutions they invent are later used not only in space, but also in businesses, such as mines and factories. The European Rover Challenge has already welcomed more than 2,500 competitors from 6 continents. The second part is the Innovation Zone. We hold inspiring international debates about innovations, trends, and future.
The Apollo program that I participated in was primarily a program of young people.
Thousands of people listen, discuss, and experiment. New organizations, projects, and startups get formed. The event has hosted almost 200 speakers so far, many of them from our partners. How can you engage? You can deliver a speech or take part in a panel to show how your brand facilitates innovation and the future. Present an award to encourage best technology talents to keep up the great work. Organize a workshop to teach them and build closer relations as an employer. Meet top people from the space industry and form strategic partnerships. Want to learn more? Visit roverchallenge.eu.
We should go to Mars.
We should go to Mars.
We should go to Mars.
Because it's human nature to keep exploring.
Because we want to discover intelligent life in our solar system.
Because establishing a presence out there is a huge stepping stone to limitless possibilities.
Because we can.
Because our ambitions exceed this world.
Because humanity has unlimited curiosity and is destined to conquer the universe for good.
We should go to Mars because it's been long enough.
Because it helps to develop new technologies that are also very useful on Earth.
Because look at Mars could improve the way we look at our Earth.
Because Mars exploration is a huge milestone to extend our vision and discover a new home.
To play sports in low gravity.
And to define past, present and future of our planet.
It opens doors of opportunities for developing talents like us who wish to explore newer horizons and decipher the unimaginable.
We should go to Mars because the sky is no longer the limit.
The IEC is coming back to where it was for the first time created in 1951.
Well, France is a driving force in the space sector. The International Astronautical Congress is actually organized in the city of Paris.
So it is an opportunity to people all around the world to come in France and visit also and interact with this ecosystem. For these reasons, it's important for all of us to go to Paris.
When the founding members of the International Astronautical Federation gathered for the first time, they could not have imagined the astonishing success awaiting its annual Congress, the International Astronautical Congress. It all began in 1950 with only 20 delegates from 8 countries. Over the past 70 years, the IAF has organized the IAC in 32 countries and 56 different cities, ensuring a constant dialogue between all space nations. Over the past 70 years, countless scientists have presented their latest work and updated each other on global space developments. Over the past 70 years, the IAF has recognized over 450 individuals who've distinguished themselves in space activities and cooperation. Over the past 70 years, space agencies have highlighted their activities and programs industries have built new partnerships, and policymakers have discovered how space services can benefit humankind. Over the past 70 years, the IAC has brought together innovators and free thinkers from a wide variety of backgrounds, facilitating the exchange of knowledge to develop groundbreaking solutions. Over the past 70 years, the IAF has learned that diversity represents our future and has strived to include and connect all space people. Today, the IAF counts over 366 members from 68 countries, and its annual congress, the IAC, attracts more than 6,500 delegates from over 80 countries. Happy anniversary, dear space friends. Cheers to the next 70 years.
For over 15 years, the European GNSS Agency, or GSA, has been a trusted partner for the user community as well as industry in the European Union and beyond. The GSA's delivered accurate and innovative satellite navigation services to billions of users and applications around the world. In 2021, the GSA became the European Union Agency for the Space Programme, or EUSPA. EUSPA delivers a broad portfolio of reliable, secure, and cutting-edge space services. EUSPA works closely with stakeholders in the European Union as well as internationally. EUSPA creates synergies between all of the European Union space services: Galileo, EGNOS, Copernicus, and GovSatcom. The agency anticipates user needs and designs new space-based solutions to tackle current and emerging challenges. EUSPA's team brings together a diverse set of disciplines, skills, and expertise, is user-driven and committed to excellence. We make European Union space services a unique resource for business, research, and citizens alike. EUSPA supports industry, SMEs, startups, entrepreneurs, and researchers with resources and innovation, whilst building the next generation of European Union space-enabled services that create opportunities for the space community and benefit citizens. By linking space to user needs, EUSPA is shaping the future for a safer, more secure, competitive, and sustainable European Union. We are the European Union Agency for the Space Programme. We anchor space in the European Union and the European Union in space.
Europe is at the heart of new space ambitions, ready to embrace ever greater technological and human challenges. The first objective is to maintain autonomous launch capabilities for our missions. Based on 50 years of experience in launchers, we can ensure space transportation for future missions. In orbit around our home planet Earth, the International Space Station continues to play an essential role as a research platform. Soon it will be possible to journey in the Orion service module to the Lunar Gateway, a station that will orbit the moon and be the first deep space outpost supporting human exploration of the moon. By the end of the decade, a European moonlander should deliver the cargo needed to survive the lunar night in a base camp, securing a European astronaut's presence on the moon. But to secure our independence, shouldn't we find a way to get there ourselves? What if Europe were to develop its own crewed transport system? The Space Rider demonstrator is a step in that direction. Striking out beyond the moon, we'll send the Sample Fetch rover to Mars to collect samples and bring them back to Earth, so scientists can unravel the mysteries of the Red Planet. Many other missions will be key to prepare for human exploration of our sister planet. Let's take part in those first steps. And why stop there? There's a natural satellite around Saturn named Enceladus, which may also harbor life. Isn't life the very essence of our planet? Together, let's explore space, traveling farther so as to come back with new knowledge to improve life on Earth.
Here you're close to modern resorts where you can take care of your health. All around you can find professional care and restore your vital powers. You're one step away from active recreation, surrounded by beautiful nature. All that in one region. Come and see. Świętokrzyskie, close by.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to the medal ceremony of the European Rover Challenge 2022. The biggest robotics and space event in Europe addressed to the world of science and business as well as to the general public is held in Kielce, Poland, and it comes to an end. On behalf of the organizers, let me welcome the participants of the Rover competition presented here and also those who join us online. Let's welcome all the space experts who are present with us and also the broad audience joining us here and those who watch the broadcast live. Co-organizers of this year's event are the European Space Foundation, Kielce University of Technology and Świętokrzyskie Voivodeship. The role of the host city of the event belongs to the city of Kielce. The event is held under the honorary patronage of the European Space Agency, International Astronautical Federation, and Polish Space Industry Association. Partners of the event are Polish Space Agency, European Union Agency for the Space Program, International Space University, MathWorks, Polish Space Professionals Association, Mars Society Polska, Poznań University of Technology, Kiel Ideas, Koźmiński University, and Freedom Robotics. Supporting partners are US Consulate General in Krakow, United Nations Vienna, Pokojowy Patrol, and Pyramid Games. Award sponsors are Sener, Mastercam, and Occupy Mars, the game. The event is supported by media patrons: RMF, Polish Press Agency, My Company Polska, Space24, Kosmonauta.net, Spacewatch Global, Astrofaza, Polish Science Fiction Foundation, Naukowo TV, Crazy Nauka. The project is partially financed by the Social Responsibility of Science program of the Ministry of Education and Science. During today's ceremony, we will find out who are the winners of the Best Tasks Awards in maintenance, navigation, presentation, science, and on-site probing categories, both in a remote and on-site formula. And also, we will find out who are the general stage, the representatives of the jury. Jakub Muszyński and Charles Walker, who will share with us the names of the teams winning the Best Maintenance Task category in both remote and on-site formula.
The award goes to Mars Rover Manipal.
And the award for the on-site team for industrial quality design of software and hardware goes to Frankfurt Robotics Science Team. And once again, for the online team, the winners were Mars Rover Manipal.
Well, congratulations to both teams. It's a pleasure to host you here in Kielce and host you also on the online. So now, it's time for the navigation task. So let me invite on stage Błażej Sowa, the representative of the jury in the remote formula, and Adam Małagowski from Polish Space Professionals Association and also Boeing, who will share with us the names of the teams winning the Best Navigation Task category in both remote and on-site formula.
The award for the best navigation in the remote formula goes to IIT Bombay Mars Rover team.
and the award for the navigation task in the on-site formula in appreciation for highest precision in executing your traversal plan in autonomy mode goes to EPFL Explorer. Once again, a round of applause. Great, thank you so much.
Congratulations. So it was unexpected, especially for me, standing there to hear so really loud hooray from your side. So now I have to be on that side. So, you know. So now it's time for the best presentation tasks in both formulas, remote and on-site. And let me invite on stage Sławomir Tadeja for Polish Space Professionals Association and University of Cambridge, and Emilia Węgrzyn from Polish Space Professional Association and AVS UK.
So for clarity, very professional presentation, an excellent discussion with the jury. In the remote formula, Mars Rover Manipal
from India. Okay, so now for excellent presentation, amazing team spirit. On-site formula for presentation goes to E2 Rover team from Turkey.
Congratulations to both teams. And now it's time for science. Let me invite on stage the representative of European Rover Challenge Science Team, Magda Baranowska and Kamil Serafin, who will share with us the names of the teams winning the Best Science Task category in both remote and on-site formulas.
The prize for the best remote science task and ability to correct their own mistakes goes to Mars Rover Manipal.
Award for a science task on site for the best scientific analysis of the Mars yard goes to Eric from Germany.
Congratulations to both teams to win the prizes for science task. And now it's time for on-site probing task category. It was carried out only in on-site mode, so we will have only one team announced right now, the on-site one. Let me invite on stage Oskar Zdunek, the ERC jury representative from the Polish Space Agency, who will share the on-site winner with us. Oskar?
Hello. Okay, and the awards for probing really great probing and collecting samples on the Mars yard goes to Start Dresden from Germany.
Congratulations. So the team, as you could see, was really well prepared. They even know how to stand on stage to take the best photo that they could, so well done. German precision, right? Congratulations to all the best task category winners in both formulas, and special thanks to the European Rover Challenge hardworking jury representatives who faced many challenges in this year's edition. Thank you very much. And now we can smoothly move to the general winners announcement. The main first place on-site award is in a form on $2,500, and it's sponsored by Sener. The main first place remote award is in the form of $2,500 Amazon voucher, and it's sponsored by Mastercam. First, second, and third place winners in both formulas will also receive 5 codes to the Occupy Mars the game. Additionally, first, second, and third place on-site teams will receive a very special package with gadgets for e-gamers, sponsored by Occupy Mars the game. So, Let's start with the third place in the remote formula. Let me invite on stage Robert Lubański, the president of Mars Society Polska, and Konrad Lippert, European Rover Challenge team coordinator, and they will announce the third place winner in remote formula.
So, the third place in the remote formula goes to team from Italy, Project Red. Project Red, please come to the stage. We know you're here.
So congratulations to the team, or maybe I could actually say congratulazioni, or even something like this. Good? It was fine, so they didn't complain. Whoa! It's time for a European Rover Challenge 2022, third place in on-site formula. Let me invite on stage Tadeusz Kocman from Polish Space Professionals Association and Sideral Polska, and Adam Szeszko from European Union Agency for the Space Program, who is also a ERC jury member.
So the third place for the on-site overall classification goes to Istanbul Technical University, IT Rover team. So the prize from one of the sponsors goes to the team.
Congratulations to the entire team, very big team, once again. I will try. Tebrikler, is it correct? They don't listen, so yeah, where? Congratulations. Let's move smoothly to the second place in the remote formula. Let me invite on stage Szymon Zwończyk, the head of European Rover Challenge Remote, and Dr. Anna Łosiak, the head of ERC Science team, who will announce the second place winners in the remote formula.
So the second place in the overall classification goes to
Mars Rover Manipal from India.
Congratulations again. I hope you're listening at least.
Congratulations. I don't try anymore in another languages though. So here comes the second place in the on-site formula. Let me invite on stage Bogdan Wenta, the president of the city of Kielce, and Dr. Aleksandra Bukała from the Polish Space Agency, who will announce the second place general winners in the on-site formula.
Ladies and gentlemen, the second place in the European Rover Challenge 2022 in the on-site overall classification goes to EPFL Explorer!
Congratulations for the second place of ERC 2022. Felicitations. Okay, it's closer and closer and hotter, but before announcing the first place, it's time for a surprise. For a few years, the organizers of ERC have been recognizing those who support the European Rover Challenge with their experience, presence, and good spirit. Those who are ambassadors of the event. Let me invite on stage the person who doesn't need an introduction, and it's known to everyone here, the man behind the ERC idea, Łukasz Wilczyński from the European Space Foundation, who will share with us the news about who will receive this very special distinction. Łukasz?
Thank you. Wow, what a crowd. So actually, I would like to thank those two people. I would like to award from my heart because they are always here. They are supporting us. Also, sometimes not being here, but we can always call them. We can generate ideas, and we call them truly friends of ERC. So let me present the first ambassador medal to Artemis, my friend. Yeah. Oh, so you know Artemis already. Okay. And let me introduce also the second medal I would like to give, also from my heart, to Thais Rusomano.
Congratulations, Artemis. Congratulations, Thais. It's a pleasure to meet you and be with you here during the ERC 2022. Thank you. Last but not least, finally, the winners of the European Rover Challenge 2022. We will start with the remote formula, and let me invite on stage Marek Bogusławski, Vice Marshal of the Świętokrzyskie Voivodeship, and Professor Zbigniew Koruba, Director of Kielce University of Technology, who will announce the winners of ERC 2022 Remote.
Ladies and gentlemen, and now first place goes to DJS Antariksh, India.
Congratulations to the winners of Remote Formula. Congratulations to you guys. I was very happy to actually look at you when you received this information, and hopefully maybe we'll meet on site next year. You are welcome to Poland to join ERC 2023. Congratulations. And here it comes, almost to the end. The winners of European Rover Challenge 2022 on-site formula will be announced in a minute. Let me invite on stage Marcin Wygakiewicz, the head of ERC jury from the Polish Space Professional Association and CENER, and Mateusz Józefowicz, the vice president of the European Space Foundation, who will announce the winners of the ERC 2022 on-site competition.
So it's time now. Yes, we will celebrate. Slowly but surely. And the prize goes to
AGH Space Systems Poland.
Dobra. Gratulacje. Medal entanglement.
Congratulations to AGH Space Systems for winning the ERC 2022 on-site formula. And I think I can make it this time properly. Gratulacje! Additionally, Thales Alenia Space decided to award the first place winners in both formulas in the form of a consultancy workshop with the company's experts. In addition, the company Oprogramowanie Naukowo-Techniczne announced a bonus competition task, path optimization for the rover, and awarded 400 euros for the best team carrying out this task. Let's welcome the representative of the company, Mr. Mateusz Łapęcki, who will announce the winner.
In bonus competition task, navigation and path optimization for rover, the winner is SKA Robotics.
Congratulations! Gratulacje! Thank you all the sponsors for the awards, and what can I say? Space unites people, and it's fantastic to see so many happy faces today, so many distinguished guests and space enthusiasts here, but also our audience watching our broadcast live. Congratulations to all the teams taking part in European Rover Challenge 2022. It was a pleasure to follow your ups and downs, unexpected things during these competitions. The future of space exploration is in your hands, so good luck. Let me thank the organizers of the meeting, partners of the event, sponsors for the prizes, media partners, participants of the competition, and our broad audience for making this last 3 day very, very special. The European Rover Challenge 2022 comes to its end, but after a short rest, we are starting preparation for the next year edition. Thank you for joining us here in Kielce and online. Before we get back to the normal everyday tasks, let me invite all the teams from both formulas for a group photo in a minute. Congratulations once again, and see you soon at the European Rover Challenge 2023. I guess we can try to make it, so please come to the stage.
Here you are close to big business, both Polish and international. Contacts with various industries are within your grasp. Nearby, professional research laboratories are growing. Here, science supports development of the newest technologies. Well-educated specialists are easily available. All that in one region. Come and invest here. Świętokrzyskie, close by. Here is a place where you can start your company. Here you will also establish professional contacts and develop your business. Attractive conditions await your business. Land for investment and infrastructure offer unlimited possibilities. Here, business meets the world of science and technology. Young inventors conduct projects on a cosmic scale. All that in one region. Come and invest here. Świętokrzyskie, close by. Here you're close to modern resorts where you can take care of your health. All around you can find professional care and restore your vital powers. You're one step away from active recreation, surrounded by beautiful nature. All that in one region. Come and see. Świętokrzyskie, close by. Here you're close to the most interesting tourist attractions. The land where Polish rulers and their families lived, and which 6,000 years ago was mined for precious flint. Today the mines are a UNESCO site. Wild nature is within your grasp, and active recreation routes stretch to the horizon. Nearby is a gem of Renaissance architecture. All that in one region. Come and see. Świętokrzyskie, close by. Here is where big business happens. Nearby, professional science and research facilities continue to grow. Well-educated staff is easily available. Nearby, you can take care of your health and restore your vital powers. Just a step away from active tourism destinations and the oldest mountain range in Europe, the Świętokrzyskie Mountains. All that in one region.